Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Township of West Lincoln Public Works and Recreation Committee agenda, meeting number 7 for Monday, October the 16th. I'm the chair for this tonight. My name is Mike Rayner, and I have a few comments to make prior to us starting. Comments from the public for a matter that is on the agenda may be provided in person by attending the meeting and advising the chair during the request to address an item on the agenda section of the agenda. For those individuals that are unable to attend the meeting in person, you may submit comments for matters that are on the agenda by either one, emailing jdyson@westlincoln.ca before 4:30 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Comments submitted will be considered as public information and read into the public record. Or by contacting the clerk's department to request a Zoom link to attend the meeting virtually. This meeting will be live streamed as well as recorded and available on the township's website. The land acknowledgement statement. The Township of West Lincoln, being part of the Niagara region, is situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hattah-Wendoronk, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the First Credit Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The Township of West Lincoln, as part of the regional municipality of Niagara, stands with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wide stewardship of the lands on which we live. The next item on the agenda is change in order of items on the agenda. Is there any members of committee that wish to change anything at this time? Seeing none, disclosure of pecuniary interest and or conflict of interest. Any members of committee wish to declare? Seeing none, there are no appointments tonight. Request to address items on the agenda. There is a total of 1 hour to be allocated for this section of the agenda, and each individual person shall only be provided with 5 minutes to address some issues. There may be some exceptions. A response may not be provided, and the matter may be referred to staff. There are no members of the public present at this time, but Kevin, is there anybody on cyberspace that wishes to speak tonight?
Not seeing any, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll move on now to consent agenda items. All items listed below are considered to be routine and non-controversial and can be approved by one resolution. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member requests it, in which case the item will be removed from the consent resolution and considered immediately following adoption of the remaining consent agenda items. Item PW 20-23, consent agenda items. Recommendation that the Public Works Recreation Committee hereby approves the following consent agenda items. Number 1, West Lincoln Public Library Board Minutes of August the 15th, 2023. And number 2, West Lincoln Public Library Board Minutes, September 19th, 2023. Items 1 and 2 are hereby received for information, with the exception if there's any member of committee wishes to pull any of these. Okay, Councillor Riley, which one would you wish to push?
Item number 2.
Item number 2. Anybody wish to pull item number 1? So I need a mover and a seconder for item number 1, please. Councillor Trombetta and Mayor Ganand. I guess we can vote on this at this time now. Okay, that's carried. We move forward to number 2. Councillor Riley, you moved it. I need a seconder before we can put it on the table, please. Councillor Chichuk. Okay, Councillor Riley, you have the...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't take much time here. I just know sometimes the public doesn't actually get to see these as easily as, you know, some of the agenda stuff. But I just wanted to mention kudos actually to the library board, and I'll look towards our council liaison. I see that under shared services item that they've started some variation of discussion of what shared services could look like among the other libraries. So I think that's very forward thinking, and I think that's a positive direction. So I'm glad to be able to see that in the works, whatever capacity it's at. Yeah, so I just thought that was worth noting because I think that's a very positive thing.
Madam Mayor?
So I think, go to Councillor Broderick, because I think...
Okay, sorry, Councillor Broderick.
Something separate, but still library related.
Yes, thank you, through you, Chair, to Councillor Riley. Yes, we had a robust discussion at the library board meeting on September the 19th about shared services and putting it out in the universe for discussion. We just had our strategic planning full-day session yesterday, and that was a topic that came up and will hopefully be part of that in some capacity, the strategic plan for this term of council. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that a coincidence came on my phone, an announcement today, you know, periodically something from the past will come up. And so it actually was 5 years ago today, on October 16th in 2018, that up popped the invitation for the opening of the library, announcing that refreshments would be served and tours were available to come to the new library facility either in the afternoon or the evening. And coincidental that it's 5 years to the date, but I thought that that was an interesting perspective. We still call it our new library, but it actually has been there, you know, 5 years open.
Wow.
Thank you.
Any further discussions for other members? Councillor Chicho?
Well, so if the mayor wants to celebrate 5-year anniversary, where's the refreshments?
Birthday cake. We have water. Need a birthday cake. Water. Or Captain Morgan's. Okay, any further? Seeing none, it's time to vote. You got it? Good. And that's unanimously carried. Thank you. Communications, there are no communications tonight. We're now on to staff reports. Item PW 21-23, Coordinator of Engineering Services, Jennifer Bernard, and Director of Public Works and Recreation, Mike DePaula. Recommendation report PW-25-2023, land transfer declaration as a public highway 7005 concession for road. Recommendation 1, that recommendation report PW-25-2023, re-land transfer declaration as a public highway concession for road dated October 16, 2023 be received. And 2, that a bylaw be passed to declare Part 2 on reference plan number 30R-16151 on concession for road as public highway. I need a mover and a seconder for this, please. Councillor Chichok and Councillor Riley. Any further questions with regards to this from members of committee? Seeing none, time to vote. Oh, that's quick. And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Next one is item PW 22-23, Director of Public Works and Recreation, Mike DePaula, re-recommendation report Rec-06-2023, conceptual design of Wellandport Community Park and shoreline enhancements. Recommendation 1, that recommendation report Rec-06-2023 regarding the conceptual design of Wellandport Community Park and shoreline enhancements dated October 16, 2023 be received, and that council endorse the recommended conceptual design play in nature as presented in Appendix D and Appendix E, and that the township staff direct NPCA to pursue the OPG Welland River Fluctuation Mitigation Fund to see what elements of the conceptual design would be eligible, and that staff introduce this project in the 10-year capital budget forecast and continue to seek other potential funding opportunities. A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Chichok and Councillor Bradrick. Any members of committee wish to comment on this? Councillor Bradrick.
Thank you very much, Chair, through you to the Director. Thank you very much for a well-written report and looking at different options for the Wellandport Community Park, with the ecological being the concept one and the recreational being that concept two. From my understanding in the past, when we've had similar types of concepts come up, that shovel-ready projects are certainly advantageous. So if you could, just kind of talk a little bit about our direction as far as that's concerned and how that may support the township to have future funding opportunities.
Okay. Through the chair to Councillor Bradrick. Excuse me. So the whole purpose of this report is just to explain to committee the process we went through to come up with a conceptual design. We worked with MPCA on this and a consultant. We landed on a conceptual design that we felt should be recommended and endorsed by council. And once this design is endorsed by council, there's a couple things that are going to happen. NPCA will reach out to OPG to see what funding and what elements of this project would be eligible for the Welland Fluctuation Fund that OPG has provided to do some shoreline protection. And in addition to that, after council endorses this, we would like to get this into our 10-year forecast. And the first step would be to complete a detailed design so that we do have a shovel-ready project. And then when different types of funding programs come out, then we're ready to apply for it and implement the project, right? So it's always very important to have a shovel-ready project to anticipate some funding programs that come out, because a lot of times when a funding program comes out, you're behind the 8 ball and you have so much work to do to try to meet their deadlines. So it's important that council endorses this concept. We get funds in our 10-year program to start to design and position ourselves to, apply for funding opportunities that come out there.
And through you, Chair, to the Director, I think it's exciting to see that it's multifaceted so that there may be opportunities to do some parts of it along the way and working towards that goal of some sort of completion. I greatly appreciate the fact that it's a diverse plan that looks accessible to most people, and there has been a highlight on that aspect as well. So I appreciate that being put into the plan. I know it's a long time in the works. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chichok?
I echo a lot of the comments that Councillor Bradrick has made, and certainly the community of Wellandport has looked for improvements to their community, both in the road that has been a long time coming with the region, as well as this project that would renew and bring people to Wellandport, to the community center and area behind it, which has been used for years for tennis and baseball and various other outdoor sports. The plan is a balance between nature and the need for a place for children to run and play within nature. So I'm happy with the plan. But I'd like to ask one question, and that is, did we ever think of showing this plan before council says, yes, this is the one we're doing, to the community? Because what we're going to do there is we're going to enhance the amount of traffic, hopefully, because there'll be pickleball courts and the tennis courts are still there, and the library and the community center. But now people will be going down. I know there's no one that wants to rent paddle boards, but there will be people with kayaks and different things that once there's a dock, they'll be going down there. And certainly when it was more popular to go there, there were a lot of calls to the councillors. So I'm just wondering if we even out of courtesy just showed this to the public to say that this is what we've done, and before it looks like, well, you came and told us, but it was all done before you told us. So I apologize for the question.
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Chichok. MPCA, they're the ones who kind of put this RFP out and retained the consultant, and we worked with them. We did have that discussion if we should be meeting with the public to come up with the conceptual design. And we wanted to keep the this part of the assignment kind of focused on what the township and MPCA thought was appropriate for that park. When we proceed to detailed design, we definitely will have public meetings with the public and gather some more comments and feedback. But we just didn't feel like reaching out to the public and during the conceptual design phase, it would be too broad. We wanted to keep the project focused on what our needs are, or what the like our operational needs are, but we definitely will be going out to the public during detailed design, if that answers your question.
Just if I may, I wasn't suggesting that we were trying to get them to scope the conceptual design. I was just wondering if there was a plan to even touch base. And if it's there, and we'll be going back, I would see that a step that could be added to this would be that we would go to the public now that it's complete and we're going forward with detailed design. We just thought we'd tell you guys this so that we don't hear that we've proceeded ahead without even just a touch. It's done, the conceptual design. Now, here you go, public, and as we proceed forward, we'll be providing you with updates.
Yeah, I think it's very important that we do reach out to the community after council endorses this, and we could do that through our website and a mail out and stuff like that. Yep.
Some boards at the community center.
Okay. Councilor Riley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I got a clerical question in the report here. So through you to our director. So it says in the background, in 2021, a Ward 2 councillor brought forward to staff. I'd like to know, why is it not specifically naming the Ward 2 councillor that had envisioned this and brought this forward? Why is it so vague there? Because it was, I'll proudly, endorse that this was Councillor Braderick's vision here, and this is something that she brought forward in 2021. I just kind of curious why it goes so generic there when this was something that she had advocated for, and it just feels to exclude that.
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Riley, I was under the impression that it was a constituent that reached out to Councillor Braderick about this, but I could have been wrong.
No, this is. Well, it hasn't. It actually hasn't been given direction to staff until 2021, which is what's actually referenced here. So I just want to make sure credit's given where credit's due. But I do want to add there, Mr. Chair, through you, that I think this is something that our community needs more of. We need more recreational spaces that help really enrich the community. I look forward to what this is going to bring. I realize this is a long process in terms of what this could do, what this will, I guess, take to complete. But I think it's exciting that we can start this at stages as funding starts to become available or more accessible, and it's definitely in an area that we see a lot of growth in. And as Councillor Chichik had mentioned as well, as we start to see the region come forward and do the streetscaping improvements, it's really going to enrich that part of our community. I think it's going to help with some of the unity things and having many parts of our community feel like we're including everybody. Sometimes the infrastructure tends to happen in the core. It's nice to see more stuff kind of happen abroad. So I think this is an exciting time, and I look forward to this. I hopefully it doesn't take 10 years. I know it goes in that plan that way. Hopefully we can get it done sooner than later. But again, my question was primarily wanting to make sure that the proper councillor was recognized.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. So now, Councillor Braderick, you have been recognized for all your efforts, and thank you so much for doing it, and continue in that direction. Councillor Bell, you are next in line. Oh, you concur with? All right, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to point out, if there happened to be any follow-up of this, that the streetscaping is not a dead issue for the residents of Wellandport either, that the region is still, has in their forecasted budget, which has not yet been approved, but extra money going into that for a 2026 completion of that roadway. So when we're looking at those two projects together, actually that would be very, very exciting for the Wellandport area to have their main street looking very attractive and very open and inviting, and then to have this. So I see these two projects joining together very well and favorably favoring the residents of Wellandport who've waited a very, very long time. And sort of when we talk about that, a charrette years ago got the Wellandport residents really excited about the possibilities of their streetscape, and then nothing happened for a long period of time. And last year, when I met with the chair and also with CAO Tripp at the regional level, I pointed out that it would be the end of the third full term of a council from the charrette stage until these people actually saw what they were excited about years ago. It was early in my 2016, 2017 time when all that excitement was there, and then nothing has happened for a period of time. So it will be the end of this term of council before they actually see that. So I think that giving them something else to look forward to and to think about is really a great step moving forward. So thank you for this work.
Thank you. Any other members wish to speak? Okay, it's voting time. And that unanimously carries. Under other business, item PW 23-23, members of council, other business items of an informative nature. Any member of council have anything at this time? Seeing none, new business, only for items that require immediate attention, direction, and must first approve a motion to introduce a new item of business. Is there any at this time? Seeing none, there are no confidential matters with regards to public works tonight. So this meeting will be adjourned at the time of 6:54 p.m. We will have a short adjournment, I believe, before we proceed with administration, fire and rec. Thank you.
Okay, council, we'll get started here. I'll do the countdown. Great. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to meeting number 7, Administration Finance Fire Committee agenda. I am your chair, Jason Trombetta. Please note that any comments written for the matter are to be sent to jdyson@westlincoln.ca before 4:30 on the day of the meeting. Comments will be submitted and will be considered as public information and read into public record. This meeting is live streamed and will be recorded and available on our township website. We have a land acknowledgement statement. The Township of West Lincoln, being part of the Niagara region, is situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history as the First Nations, such as the Hattaway-Wendoronk, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The Township of West Lincoln, as a part of the regional municipality of Niagara, stands with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardships of the lands on which we live. Members of committee, is there any change in order of items on the agenda? Seeing none. Members of committee, any disclosure of peculiar interest or conflict of interest? Councilor Riley?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a conflict with item 12.1, so at that time I will not be participating.
Okay. 12.1, Madam Clerk, are you aware of this conflict? Yes, you are? Okay. Thank you. And thank you for noting, Councilor Riley, of that conflict. Okay. Request to address items on the agenda. Sorry, there are no appointments. Request to address items on the agenda. Kevin, is there anybody here in the gallery that, or the gallery or anybody in?
Not seeing any, Mr. Chair.
I don't see anybody in the gallery who wants to request any items on the agenda. So we're moving on. Consent agenda items. Item A55-23, consent agenda items. A recommendation hereby approves the following consent agenda items. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, be and hereby received for information. 1, West Lincoln Age Friendly Advisory Committee, the minutes of June 9th, 2023. 2, West Lincoln Age Friendly Advisory Committee, minutes of September 29th, 2023. Number 3, Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee, minutes of the September 6th, 2023, and Information Report, WLFD 15, 2023, monthly update, September 2023. Anybody want to pull any of those items? That's why I need a mover for that. Councilor Riley, seconded by Mayor Ganan. And the vote will be coming up shortly. And that carries, the members of the committee. Thank you. Moving forward, there's no communications. We have staff reports. We have item A56-23, Director of Finance and Treasurer Donna D. Philippus, Information Report T2723. Financial update as of September 30th, 2023. And the recommendation that report T27-2023 regarding the financial update as of September 30th, 2023, dated October 16th, 2023, be received for information. Any mover committee? Councilor Bradrick, seconded by Councilor Chichuk. Any comments or questions on this report? Seeing none, the vote will be in front of you shortly. Thank you, members of committee. Moving on to item A57-23, Director of Legislative Services Clerk Jessica Dyson. Recommendation Report C09-2023, Renewal of Consultant Agreement with the Heritage Group Limited and continued participation with the Joint Advisory Committee. Recommendation reads that Recommendation Report C09-2023 dated October 16th, 2023 regarding renewal of the consultant agreement with the Heritage Group Limited and continued participation in the Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee be received, and that the Township renew its agreement with the Heritage Group Limited to provide consulting services for a 2-year period to ensure compliance with the Accessibility of Ontario's Disability Act 2005 and Ontario's Disability Act in 2001, and to coordinate the activities of the JJAC, and that a bylaw be be passed authorizing the mayor and director of legislative clerks to enter into an agreement with the Heritage Group for consulting for a 2-year period from February 1st, 2024 to January 31st, 2026, along with 6 other participating municipalities. And that the Township of West Lincoln continue to participate in the member of the JAAC at a yearly cost of $10,000, and that the 2024 operating budget include the membership cost of the Township of West Lincoln participating in the JAAC in the amount of $10,000, which is consistent with the 2023 budget, resulting in no budget increase. Just a little bit of a long one, Madam Clerk. And I'm so used to JJAC, and there's all these other acronyms all the time, so it's kind of a tongue twister. But members of committee, you saw that long recommendation, but we got through it. So, and would you like me to? It'd be a little hard for me. I need a mover for that recommendation. Councillor Chichek, seconded by Councillor Bell. Any comments or questions on this recommendation? Seeing none, the vote will be in front of you. Moving on, they all seem a little hefty today, these clerk ones. Sorry, everyone, there we go. Moving on, item A58-23, Director of Legislative Clerks, Jessica Deisman, Recommendation Report C08-2023, Appointment of Integrity Commissioner. That the recommendation report C08-2023 regarding appointment of Integrity Commissioner dated October 16th, 2023 be received, and that Council appoint Michael Maynard of ADR Chambers, Inc., an Integrity Commissioner of the Township of West Lincoln, and that John Mascarin of Aird and Bearless Limited, or LLP, retain authority as an Integrity Commissioner for the purpose of completing and reporting the investigations initiated prior to the expiration of their contract, after which this appointment be removed, and that a bylaw be passed to authorize the mayor and clerk to prepare and execute the necessary agreement. I need a mover for that. Seconded by Councillor Riley. Any comments or questions on this? Sorry, I had Councillor Riley, and it was moved by Councillor Bell. I get confused. There's a lot of there's a lot of whispering. The whispering is throwing me off, sir. Thank you. Sorry. Comments or questions? Councillor Chichuk?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Normally, we have hired a law firm to be our integrity commissioners, and it has served us in the past very well because of the intensity behind some of the issues. I'm not saying we have to have one, but I just noticed that ADR is a mediation company. And if that's what we're moving to, as far as the integrity commissioners, to find more common ground and mediate solutions or conclusions, then I'm fine. But if I just looked this up this evening, so I apologize to the clerk. But if we did have a problem and we needed legal advice, would we be going somewhere else, or would they be able to handle it? I don't know if it's the chair or the CAO or...
Why don't we try both?
Okay, because I just noticed that, and I looked it up, I brought it up again, they're ADR mediators.
So I'm going to refer your question to the clerk, since this is her recommendation.
Sure.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Chichuk. They would, their expertise is in integrity commissioner, and that's what they would be discussing if anything came forward to them. Through the RFP process, they checked off all of the right requirements, and one of them is the expertise in the Municipal Act and the Code of Conduct. So yes, they would be the ones to be addressing those type of concerns.
That's great. So the only question I have left is that if it got to a stage where we needed to have the expertise of a lawyer, because they are integrity commissioners, and that's all about mediation, misunderstandings between being members of council and the public or each other and staff. I love the idea that we're going to look at more mediation and a way to approach to get a settlement rather than, in fact, arguments. But if there was a chance or need for beyond mediation? Would we go to our own legal firm, or would we go, how would we manage an issue that required legal mediation or an integrity review? That's all I'm asking.
Sure. Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Chichek, anything outside an Integrity Commissioner complaint, whether that come forward through, or two members of the public, or, sorry, two members of council through members of the public, all of that process would be the same through the Code of Conduct and the Conflict of Interest Act. That would all play a role. If it was anything outside of the Municipal Act or the Conflict of Interest Act, it would be a different legal matter, which we would go to legal counsel for. But anything pertaining to the Integrity Commissioner would stick with our Integrity Commissioner as appointed.
Thank you, Councillor Chichuk. Any other further? Councillor Bell.
So just a little further to Councillor Chichek's question. What is the difference in cost? Let's get down to that's where we're at by the sounds of it. It's a cost factor. I mean, if we have an issue, we have to go and hire a lawyer, where what we had before was everything wrapped up in one package. So we didn't have to waste time with the lawyer. He knew what was going on, jumped into it. So I guess I'm looking to see what the cost savings are or aren't. What did one cost? What's the other one cost? And where are we at with it?
Okay. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Bell, with our current agreement for our Integrity Commissioner, it is specifically for services relating to integrity and code of conduct. So it wouldn't have been an all-inclusive agreement with them. It would be specifically for Integrity Commissioner and code of conduct complaints. It wouldn't have been for any outside legal opinion. Separate correspondence was forwarded to members of council under separate consideration. So what I can say is the amounts from ADR are much cheaper than what we are currently spending on legal cost for an Integrity Commissioner.
So the last one we had basically was strictly Integrity Commissioner. We had no legal.
Your microphone, Terry. There you go.
Sorry, the last one we had was no more than just an Integrity Commissioner. We had no legal ties. He couldn't have represented us or anything of that nature. That's what I take away from it.
Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Bell, yes, our agreement with John Mascaron would be specifically for Integrity Commissioner services, yes. So the same type, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I just wanted to provide maybe a little clarity, or at least seek clarity. My understanding from this resolution here is that our Integrity Commissioner still retains the authority to be Integrity Commissioner, and they'll do the one that's reporting on any investigations. My understanding is that the ADR Corporation is just going to be the one that does the vetting, the one that does the process and sorting through. Is that what I'm taking away here? Or are they now taking on, because what is, because we have here that John is still retaining the authorities until the end of his contract, but then he's completely removed. Is that what I'm understanding there? So then these guys just take it full from that point forward. So then, okay, so then through that, so through Mr. Chair to our clerk, with past integrity issues that we've had without, I think we have one that's before the court, so they publicly acknowledge themselves. And so my understanding is like what liability poses to the township to not have an actual law office running this versus kind of how it's being outsourced now. Like, is there any risk, I guess is what I'm looking for.
Madam Clerk.
Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Riley, that's a difficult answer to, or a question to kind of answer, because with what we have in front of, or going through right now, we do have outside legal involved as well. It's not just our Integrity Commissioner. With respect to the complaints that came forward with respect to integrity, it would still fall under our the appointed Integrity Commissioner, so there wouldn't be any legal.
So, and then even just looking at what the rates are here on the financial slip, substantially cheaper than what our previous one is, if not half the price, which we certainly could have used last year with all those integrity issues. So anyways, I'll leave it there for now, but thank you for the clarity.
I got a question, Madam Clerk. You know, so John Mascaron is known as a pretty good, let's say, integrity commissioner. He's for the province of Ontario, deals with a lot of things. Now, we're going to someone substantially cheaper, and like because Councillor Riley brought a couple points, we have some ongoing issues that he was a part of. Now, if these issues, if his contracts expire, does he still sit in with these issues, or does Maynard come in and take over his issues? How does that work?
That is a good question. Thank you for the question. This would be something that we would probably look into with the agreement with the appointed integrity commissioner, and we would work that out before moving forward, definitely. But my understanding is that anything that our current integrity commissioner has up until his contract would still be his. So depending on how much longer that's going to be, and then anything would be transferred over to our new appointed integrity commissioner.
If we could find that out, like Madam CAO, like to find out what, because of the ongoing circumstances where he's weighed in and gave us a lot of advice, and it's still going to be ongoing, we don't know when it's going to end, will he still be able to, or does the file get, like I said, to the new integrity commissioner and he weighs in? I don't know.
So to you, I think this is you raise a really good question, and I couldn't do it tonight.
Correct, yeah.
I could have an answer perhaps by next Monday.
Okay.
Does that
Sure.
suffice?
Sure. If the
In
will of
terms of
council,
the procedures.
if council's okay with the question I'm asking to the staff, I see some head nodding that they're okay with it, but if that's okay with the will of council, okay, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mayor Ganan, go ahead.
Thank you. Just to weigh in further, the company that we're looking at, Mr. Maynard, is very involved at the region level as well, because there are still ongoing issues there that are related to West Lincoln additionally.
Okay.
So I don't have an answer to the CAO, to the question that you've asked, but I do have that piece of information in that he's very familiar with the situation and what's going on there, and has been extremely involved with the ongoing issues that have not yet been settled, when the region also brought forward charges to the integrity commissioner. So it's not like it's a brand-new person who is totally
Well, that
unaware.
helps me with my comfortability, because
Yeah.
I'm not aware of those kind of things.
So I certainly can't answer that other question, but I can reassure you that I've just read those reports, and I know that issue is still ongoing, and that this company is very, very familiar with that situation. It's still outstanding, so.
Okay, thank you. That does help ease. Okay. Seeing nothing further on this, the vote will be in front of you, members of committee. Thank you, staff. Okay, moving forward, item A59-23, Deputy Clerk Justin Paylove and Director of Legal Services Clerk Jessica Dyson. Recommendation report C07-2023, School Crossing Guards Operational Staffing Update. The recommendation report C07-2023 regarding School Crossing Guards Operational Staffing Update dated October 16, 2023 be received, and that Council directs staff to include option number 2 contained therein. This report, C07-2023, in the 2024 budget, which recommends that amend the current school crossing guard hour structure to make a shift 40 minutes in length, but pay each shift for a full hour. This will result in a full-time crossing guard being paid for 2 hours each day. Option 2 would result in the 2024 crossing guard wages and benefits budget of $113,910, which represents an increase of $49,620 to the 2024 operating budget compared to using the 2023 compensation structure. I need a mover for that, members of committee. Councillor Bradrick, seconded. Councillor Bell. Comments or questions? I have Councillor Rayner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to the Director of Finance. Donna, this number 49,620, that would equate to probably, because you haven't got the numbers yet, probably 0.5% on the budget?
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Rayner, you're correct.
Thank you.
That's it?
So,
Thank you. Councillor Broderick?
I just want to, through you, Chair, acknowledge to the Clerk's Department, thanking you for putting together a staff update report so quickly. I know that this just came before us last month, and as looking at a capacity issue within that part of our important services that we provide to the community, and looking how we can engage perhaps more individuals to take on this important role. And I'm hopeful that the rest of the committee will be supportive of this initiative. Thank you.
Councillor Riley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to just enter some comments as well. I guess, just for the community watching here, like, it's easy to look at the $49,620 as like a huge amount of money. But when you look at what the current job is and what we're asking of people to do when they're giving up basically an hour, if not more of their time, by the time they get to a location, get set there, they go above and beyond. They're already doing that, but they're only getting capped at whatever the time is that they're there. And I think this is going to help make that job a little bit more attractive. Just the other day, I was going down Culver Street there, and I saw our deputy clerk actually filling in one of the spots, because we have vacancy issues, we have occupancy issues, we have a bit of a shortage there. Shortages are being felt across just about every industry and every sector there. So I think as much as the number looks big, I think it's also a small gesture, considering it's just rounding it up to the nearest hour and hoping that the important work they do keeps them wanting to do it. I don't know what we do if we run out of people willing to put their name forward to do this. It's not a big ask when you look at what they have to inconvenience in their day to accommodate those specific periods if they have to go for 35, 45 minutes. So I don't think it's a big ask just to round it up to the hour, and I will happily be supporting this tonight.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Riley. Okay, next, Councillor Bell.
When would this take effect?
So maybe I think we're looking at in January when we go through our budget from our administration meeting. Is that what we've discussed, Terry? That it will take into effect once we go through our budget in 2024.
I think we need to say it's going to take effect January 1, when the kids go back to school. It'll be in effect, and somehow, some way, we will come up with the extra money. Mm-hmm. Whether it's in the budget for some this year and the balance for future, but I'd like to see it definitely put in place come the new year that it starts.
I just gave a quick answer there, but I'll turn it to the Director of Finance
that's
if she can touch on.
Yeah, through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Bell. So based on the budget process, this item would be included in the 2024 budget. Once the budget is ratified, which hopefully is the end of February, it would be effective. We can write it in the budget that it's effective January 1st, 2024. So there would be a retroactive payment taking place, but we typically would not do any of that until the budget is actually ratified.
Floor still yours, Councillor Bell.
So normally, I would not ask for something like that, but because it's dealing with the wee kids, it's winter time, I just think we need to do it. And I got faith in our treasurer. She'll come up with the funds to cover the cost of it. I think it's a big thing for me. So I appreciate you finding the money for us, Donna, to pay for it.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Councillor Rayner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We discussed this, I believe, a few weeks ago, and I only asked a question for the increase just so that everybody has an appreciation of what the impact could be. But there are other factors that could be dealt with in order to compensate for this. I certainly support this. And there was other discussions earlier that we were actually going to go back to the start of the school year in September, I believe, and we were going to retroactive to the 1st of September in appreciation for what these people are doing and the fact that it needs to be more fair and equitable, and that's why we've made these corrections. So, Mr. Chair, I was under the understanding that there was going to be some correction made in this budget 2023 going back to the start of the school year in September and then move forward in 2024 and proceed from there. So I'm not sure where that sits right now. I'm a little confused, but I do recall that conversation. If any other councillors are with me on this.
Okay, hold your thought there, Councillor Rayner. I had Councillor Chichik, then I had Councillor Riley, so since you
I'm
asked.
just a bit concerned.
Your microphone, Councillor.
I understand the councillor's question, and I'm not debating the issue, but when we have compensation issues, are they not usually done in camera and then brought forward once a negotiated settlement or something is done? Is it here that we should be having the debate about this, or is it should be at budget, or should we be in camera and then come out with a decision?
Good point.
It bothered me last time, and I'm just a little worried this time.
Thank you, Councillor Chichik. Councillor Rayner, your microphone, if you can just shut it for us, and then I'll refer your question to the CAO. Madam CAO.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Chichak. Usually when a specific, and you'll recognize it when it's a very identifiable person, but we're talking about an identifiable group. So I'm going to actually ask the clerk for some interpretation on that.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Chichuk. I would agree with the CAO's statement. It's not an identifiable individual at this point. This request was also brought forward from members of council, not specific staff members. So that's another item to bring forward.
Okay. Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess just to weigh in on that real quickly too, I understand that to be because, again, we're not necessarily speaking publicly about an ongoing negotiation. This was a motion that was brought forward by a member of council that was supported pretty much by the will of council to support, and we just wanted some extra information on it. So I don't think we're in that territory. But again, that's just my understanding of it. And I did want to go mention through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Rayner, his recollection is correct. It was my understanding as well that part of the reason we parked the conversation to have at this point was to get more information, but that there would always be the expectation of retro pay going back to the beginning of this school year in 2023. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe our Director of Finance had mentioned that in a real quick calculation that we would be able to pull that potentially from like a contingency reserve or some kind of reserve to make up the difference for this year, but we would have to approve whatever the number was that came back for next budget. And so if that's the case, I think maybe through you to our Director of Finance, am I recalling that correctly, and is that still a real possibility if we were just to go back to, we'll say, September 1st or whatever the first day of school was?
Director.
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Riley. I did say that if it was the will of council to make a payment to September, there was probably a reserve or surplus I could use. The reason this resolution speaks to the 2024 budget is to provide the structure that council realizes that it's a permanent decision. So if we were to just in 2023 make an adjustment to this group of employees, and then when the 2024 budget is presented to council, for whatever reason, if there was a reason why council no longer wanted to do it, it's a little bit more difficult because it's hard to take things away once you've given them to people. So that's why it's structured this way, that, it'll be included in the 2024 budget. At the time of the 2024 budget, if council, their will is to have it retro to September 2023, then I can fund that.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, if I can, so like, part of our thought process, and I get it, like, we want to wait till it's ratified at budget. Part of my concern at this point then is, who do we lose in the meantime? Because you have to go and get another job. We know people are struggling, and the people who are filling in for some of these roles, it's not a high-paying position to begin with, and I want to ensure that we're providing that extra difference, as minimal as it might be. And to some people, I think to others, it can mean a lot, especially with the rising prices of food and inflation and everything else. And I think this is a small gesture, a sign of good faith. So maybe we have to come out with a resolution that ensures that this is what's supported tonight is automatically put into the next budget. I don't know how we do that, but I think if we came up with some kind of resolution that ensures that that can't be pulled out, because I agree with our director, we don't want to be in the conundrum of, oh, sorry, we've changed our mind. We want to show them that we're committed, and we're committed from day one, and it's not going to get super political, a few months from now when we have to talk about other things for the community. But I think this is a really important matter, and I think it's just right that we do this from the beginning of the school year. We're not messing with it. And at the same time, people can really count on that, a little bit of difference. You might be the difference of a few presents, might be the difference of what they're going to eat that week for dinner. They're going above and beyond, and the least we could do is the same.
So I have Councillor Broderick, and then I have Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the director or whomever. I agree with Councillor Riley. I think that the conversation around the horseshoe here is certainly supportive of this initiative, and sooner than later. I agree that's what the memory was from the last meeting, that we would want to get that put into place. I think that this particular group has probably just been hasn't been really looked at specifically as far as the amount of hours. We may have all assumed that this was already happening anyways, and I think it's just right to fix it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Bell?
I agree with what's been said, and I would ask that something be put together, the wording of this, and bring it back to the next council for review and hopefully approval. I don't want to rush through it tonight, throw a bunch of words on paper, and then have it come back and bite us. So I think if something could go together and come back to council, would be great.
Okay, I'm going to go, I have Councillor Chichuk, but I'll go to the clerk, the director first. She had to want to answer Councillor Bell.
To you, Chairman Trombetta, in order to accommodate, if council wants to change the recommendation, I think you could just change it this evening. You just need to remove that second bullet. That speaks to the 2024 budget, and you can, the first bullet, you can change it to say effective September 2023.
Let's, thank you, Director. Councillor Chichuk?
Well, our director, as usual, being on top of things, stole part of my thunder. Because that's what I was going to ask through you to the director. But the second thing is that this would not be the first time we have taken a salary or a payroll-related issue and gone to a reserve to fund it over a number of years to ease the pain in. So it's not with the precedent setting. So if in fairness, that's what wants to happen, we're still doing it with other salary issues. So I would think that I would think that it would be most appropriate if that's the will of this committee.
Okay, so seeing a lot of head nodding around at the horseshoe here, if we could have that removed, that second bullet point, Madam Clerk, and then I'll reread the recommendation and we will call the vote. Oh, amendment? Yep, absolutely. out after when you're done, Madam Clerk, if you can.
Sorry, just for clarification, did you want retroactively to September? In the-
Correct,
okay.
yes.
Start of the school year.
Different schools start at different times. What would you like, Counselor? Perfect. Just flip it around. Did you have a comment, Madam Mayor?
So I'm just wondering, as we're working on that, if we should be addressing. for this-
Counselor Rayner, the mayor's talking.
Thank you, sir. Just a question mark about whether we should be, for the sake of this coming out in the public, include that our intent is to reward, the work of the people, but also for retention and encouragement purposes, so that it explains why suddenly 2 months after the school year, we're looking at this. So I think that if the resolution had those couple of words of explanation.
Sure.
That when it's picked up.
Sure.
That it might be more meaningful to the public.
Absolutely. I think it's also, Madam Mayor, I think it's also a good news story. I think,
It makes it a better good news story, rather than we're just kind of changing our mind about whatever, and, yeah. It's in response to, those concerns,
Just
right?
for clarity, I know it does happen. Do we do do we have to do a release, Madam CAO, on a matter like this, or it's kind of not necessary? Generally, to put you on the spot there, but.
We don't normally do something like that. It will hopefully be picked up, though.
Okay,
So,
perfect. Thank you for that answer.
You can mention that. It helps kind of cover like the job posting. That's how people get to know about it, right? Oh, yeah, but just in general, when they post it, like, it's something that's gonna be advertised, that's part of the retention and the attraction.
Sure. Ready, Madam Clerk? Okay, so members of committee, I will have the clerk read out that recommendation with the amendment. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Okay, so the amendment would be, and we would need a mover and seconder whenever I'm done reading it, that the recommendation 2 of Report C-07-2023 regarding the school crossing guard operational staffing update be amended to remove the second bullet, being option number 2, and this is in quotations, being option number 2 would result in a 2024 crossing guard wage and benefits budget of $1,113. Which would represent, $113,910, which represents an increase of $49,620 to the 2024 operating budget, compared to using the 2023 compensation structure, and that the words implemented retroactively to September 2023 be included in the first bullet of recommendation number 2 for retention and attraction purposes.
The members of the committee, so we need a mover. I got Councillor Broderick, seconded by Councillor Riley. Comments or questions? Give a question, Councillor Rayner? Go ahead. Comment?
I thought we were going to put retroactive to the day after Labor Day or something. just to make sure we've got.
It lines up
covered?
with the staffing pay week.
Oh. All right.
Thank you. Director of Finance?
Through you, Chairman Trebetta, just to clarify for Councilor Rayner, crossing guards are not paid in the summer months. They don't get paid till September, so we understand how that retro would work. So as long as it says September, we know what to do.
Thank you. Councilor Chichak?
Are we going to confuse people? I mean, I believe that we should be, that we've done what we wanted to do, which was to recognize a full hour of compensation for the term that they're in the position. But this says, the bullet that we have left remaining in it says that the school crossing guard hour structure to make each shift 40 minutes, but pay each shift for a full hour. So that means that the shift is 40 minutes, and if they work 60 minutes, that doesn't incur any additional earnings. I just want to put that down, because if somebody new came to the table, they said, my shift is 40 minutes, but I get paid for an hour.
Sure.
So if I have to work 60 minutes, what do I get paid?
So
I just making it sure. What's the differentiation? Why not say that we're moving the compensation to no more than 1 hour per morning and night?
Members of the committee, I didn't write this recommendation. We had the clerk write it, so we'll have to get the clerk to answer that if we can.
Oh, I'm sorry, my mic was on that entire time. Just for clarification, at the last committee meeting, we spoke about the difference in time worked at each location and how each location would be different, which is outlined in the report as well. A Schedule A identifies there's no shift that's more than 45 minutes, and that's not going to change. So that's why we decided to, or sorry, more than 40 minutes. So that's why we decided to make everything fair for all staff members and move everything up to 40 minutes each, and then everyone would be treated the same and get paid the exact same.
Is that okay, Madam? Councilor Chichak?
Just don't want anybody under any false premise that if they're paid for up to an hour and they had to stay 46 minutes, we're expecting them to stay 46 minutes, not the 40-minute shift lengths. That's all.
Okay.
Okay. I'm good.
Noted. Thank you. So, members of committee, if there's no other questions on this, you should see the vote come in front of you with the amendment. Do we vote on both of them or just this one only? Have we, both of them? Mm-hmm. This is as amended, Madam Clerk?
This is carried. The first one would be carried as amended.
Carried, so the first one ahead of you, if you want to read it first before selecting. Counselor, your answers to the clerk? So we still need an answer to the clerk if we can to get the voting. Thank you. And now the original in front of you.
Sorry, just for clarification, this will read carried as amended. Thank you.
Yeah. We'll just let the clerk know, please. No, let her know when you're voting, if you can, if it's not working for you. You can go the old school way. We will, yeah. We're,
That's why you have to hit the X, that's why you have to hit the X in the top corner and then reopen and log in.
okay. Anyways, that is carried. Thank you for that discussion, members of committee. Moving on. Item A60-23, CAO Bev Hendry Information Report CAO 05-2023, CAO ICMA Conference Information Report. Madam CAO? Oh, so there's a recommendation, sorry, that the information report CAO 05-2023 regarding CAO ICMA Conference Information Report dated October 16th, 2023, be received for information. So I will turn this to this, well, I need a mover first for that. Mayor Ganan, seconded by Councillor Chichuk. Before comments or questions, I will turn over to the CAO, and then I'll open it up for comments or questions if there are. Madam CAO?
Yes, thank you, Chair Trombetta. This is just simply a report on some of my activity when I attended the ICMA conference, and also some notable information that I thought was important to bring back to for staff and for council to read. There was lots of really great information about topics I've never really explored before, and other than wanting me to go through it specifically, I do appreciate council's support for this, and I really did feel that it was a really refreshing opportunity to learn new information from a different group of colleagues than I would normally do so with. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Thank you, Madam CAO. Any comments or questions? Councillor Riley?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also want to thank the CEO for this. I think this is one of the first times where I can fully understand what's going on at these conferences in some capacity. I'm kind of curious if we can start to see, through you, Mr. Chair, to CEO, if we can start to see this a little bit more regularly with all the conferences you attend on behalf of CAMA, I know kind of in connection with the municipalities. So this is, I think, is a great way of keeping us informed and up to date and familiar with what's going on. I'd like to see this continue is basically what I'm asking.
Thank you. Yep, absolutely. Go ahead, Madam CAO.
So just to be clear, so these would be my professional development conferences, not necessarily AMO and Roma,
No,
because
right.
we always sort of know.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, like I certainly don't need to refer. We've already, I think the mayor usually gives a quick brief at our council meetings of what goes on at those conferences. So, yeah, that's good.
Madam Mayor? Thank you,
Thank you,
Councillor
Mr. Chair. So I actually, this reminded me, this whole discussion about what was going on there reminded me of when I first came on council and was too inexperienced and naive to ever consider going to Roma or to AMO, and was surprised when people came back that there was no further follow-up. You know, we didn't ever hear what they learned, what they heard, what was discussed. So that has been my goal moving forward, to make sure that we try to provide that information in terms of what the delegations were about or whatnot. But I think that this is something that we can learn actually in terms of communicating with each other. So when we have somebody who is representing us on, well, tonight we're talking MPEI, that maybe that kind of discussion periodically should come up from our representatives. Library Board today, Councillor Broderick did give us a little bit more information, but maybe that should again be something that's happening more often. And we should be hearing from Councillor Riley once in a while about transit and what's happening there, because obviously we know we don't have anything much in the way, and people are always asking questions. So I think this whole thing could be a way of us all doing a better job of, if we have that extra hat that we wear, that we communicate what's going on with that. So something to ponder moving forward based on this information.
It's a good point, Madam Mayor. Maybe we come back quarterly, all members of committee. Like some people sit on Heritage Committee, age-friendly committees, landfill committees. And you know what? You are right. Unless we ask personally to that individual, we don't know what's happening on these boards. Or
we tend to just go about doing whatever job we've been assigned. You know, there's no doubt that people are doing what they're supposed to do, but we fail to report back periodically to council.
So maybe we can, and if the will of council, maybe in the future, we, instead of members of council, if there's other business, maybe there could be a line item there, other business on committees that you sit
Well,
on,
it is,
something like
it is
that.
technically there, but we
Yeah.
tend to use one and
For
the
other
same. Because if you look at, even on tonight's agenda, Mr. Chair, A6223 is members of committee, verbal updates from members of boards and committees.
Yes.
And we tend not to do that.
tend not
It says
to
if required. Instead, we tend to go right away to 10.3, which is other business items of an informative nature.
Well, Mayor Ganan, we can start maybe tonight, see if anybody's had anything on a board tonight.
There you go. Thank you, sir.
Perfect, that's a good point. Seeing the recommendation, members of committee, I don't think is there anything else anybody would like to touch on? So the vote will be in front of you. We have missed it, so we haven't, I was talking to the mayor there, we have missed those things, so. Okay, moving on to other business. Item A61-23, Mayor Cheryl Gonan, West Lincoln Community Recognition Awards. She has a verbal update for us. Go ahead, Madam Mayor.
I do. I have a wonderful verbal update, but I'll start by reminding council and members of the public that happen to be listening in that the idea of recognizing citizens for the good work being done in our community was brought to us as a council by a young Cub Scout, Dylan Pilot, actually, a while back. And so a committee of council was struck, consisting of Councillors Riley and Chichok and myself. And over this last many, many months, we have met along with our executive assistant, Jackie Thrower, and sometimes with our communication specialist, Beth Odette, and have put together the program for looking for nominations. So we put nomination forms out as of Canada Day and close those nominations on September the 8th. In the meantime, we put together as a committee a list of criteria because we did not want the people who were judging to know the person they were judging, just the deeds that they were judging and what that contribution has been to the community. So we put together the criteria and weighted that. And I reached out personally to 5 different members in the committee, in the community, 1 from each ward and 2 at large. We had decided on 5 members. Those judges all accepted this role. They were unknown to each other, and we sent them redacted nomination forms. And so after that process has been gone through and we got those back, each of the judges were really pleased with the nominations. We were pleased with the nominations, although we were missing still, in spite of our best attempts, 2 categories. And I think the 2 categories that we were missing were people who are just busy doing their lives and running their lives and going to work and still trying to volunteer in the community. And so that under 30 and under 18 group, we still have a hole. So we're going to work hard on that next year to try to get those people. But we had many, many excellent nominations, and so it's my pleasure to announce that our over 55 winner was Kathy Wetzler, who has been in this community a long, long time and has done a lot of great work. Our under 55 is Scott Antonides, and we were very pleased with that as well. And our under 14 winner was Marcus Bousfield. If you might not know Marcus by name, but you may have bought his popcorn at some point in time on South Grimsby 5 as he was raising funds for a great many things. So our goal is to recognize these people on October 26th. Hopefully most members of council will be able to be there. We're using the program room in the library at 6:30, and we are planning a social event where we will present them with their tokens of acknowledgement. And it also is our plan this year, because, you know, it sort of ran a little bit longer than we thought, to recognize them. And we're going to invite those 3 people to actually help light our Christmas tree this year at the Kiwanis tree lighting, so that we are giving them some more public acknowledgement as well. So once again, Thursday, October 26th at 6:30. It will be about an hour long. We have refreshments planned and a small program to honor those members of our community who have been doing such excellent work. And at that time, I will put together the really good comments that came from the judges as well, in terms of their acknowledgement of how wonderful the nominations were and how many people were recognized for doing really good work, and what an important part that is of our community.
Yes.
So, thank you.
Excellent, and I appreciate that verbal update, Madam Mayor. It's funny you say our Christmas tree lighting is Christmas is around the corner, so it's sneaking up on us. Yes, I know. So thank you for that verbal update. Moving on. Oh, sure. Go ahead, Councillor Broderick.
Just quickly, through you, Chair, to the mayor, do those recipients know that they, or is this the first time that they've been told?
No, I actually called them on Friday to tell each of them and swore them to secrecy and explained that we wanted them to have a little bit of prior knowledge about gathering their family and friends and whatever. And also, Beth has an announcement ready to go out first thing tomorrow that also was redacted. So after this announcement tonight, she will just add the actual names, and it's already ready to go in News Now, which is the only newspaper we have right now. So yes, they are aware, and we're all very pleased. Well, Marcus, I didn't speak with him, only his mom, but anyway. I'm not sure if she's actually told him.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. So moving on, members of committee, any verbal updates from any boards and committees? So I will start, let's go from my left here, and we'll work our way to the right. Councillor Bell, anything? Councillor Bradrick? Any boards that you sit on? Any
I sit
committees?
on the library board and the heritage committee, which one meeting I was able to attend this past month for the library, but I ended up testing positive for COVID when it was the heritage committee meeting, so I unfortunately could not attend. We do have our next meeting on November the 30th, and we are going to be going through the dusty binders that have sat under Garrett's desk for many years. So we'll be taking some allergy medication, and we'll be going through those.
Excellent, excellent. Councillor Rayner, anything from the landfill?
Nothing from the landfill.
Your microphone, sir.
Nothing from the landfill, but with regard to NPEI, I attended the recognition luncheon last week for members of NPEI from 5 years of service all the way to 30 years of service. So it was quite a nice get-together for a lot of the, they're a very interesting group of people as compared to the competition that we deal with, which is Hydro One. I think a lot of us have experienced electrical problems and storms in the last few years, and it's amazing how these people, they got two locations, the one in Smithville and the one in Niagara Falls, and they get their linemen out there very, very quickly to address the issues. And you can see when you meet these people that they're bubbly and they're cheerful, and they look like they're really proud to be not only part of the company, but they enjoy the work they do. So this is very reflective of NPEI, so that's what I have at this time.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Riley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I guess as far as a little update from the parade committee, they're just about almost at the point where we're meeting weekly, and things are going full steam ahead. We're just sorting out the last few sponsors. I believe the last update we were given that we were around 30, I want to say somewhere between 35, 36 entries, so we're still seeking more entries, but we're already ahead of the pace we were last year. And yeah, and we're hoping to see if we can get a few more sponsors that we can really help really beef up some of the entertainment stuff, but we got some really great things lined up that I won't go too much in depth here and keep you guys a little bit more in surprise, hoping that you guys are able to make it out to the parade this year. And I believe that's all the communities I have to report on right now.
Councillor Chichuk?
Well, thank you. And I will be attending the award ceremony for our recognition for our people, the three of them, and congratulate them right now for the work that they did. And all of the people who submitted, while we don't know their names, we have heard from the judges that there is just an amazing group of people that were brought forward. And it's been a secret to even Councillor Riley and myself, as well as the mayor, until just recently. So that's about that. But as far as the chamber on October 19th, 2023 will be holding their business awards at the Christian High School from 6 to 8, and tickets are available online. Actually, I think they're not anymore. They've been closed down.
I did hear that
Yes.
they've sold out quickly.
But there are seats available.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, go
This way.
There are seats available, although I will be attending and using one of the town seats. So I look forward to others joining us there, and I think it'll be worthy because there's a various number of categories, and there I had the great pleasure of being a judge, but I have no idea what the final outcome is, and so I'll be going on Thursday the 19th to see who actually are the winners. The other piece of information from the Chamber is that we've recently received the resignation of the Executive Director, and I'm not sure that everyone around the council table knows, and/or the public, but Denise Potter, after 7 years of service to the Chamber of West Lincoln, has decided that there are things she wanted to do. She did it while she was away in Europe. Do you think maybe that had part of it? Anyway, and in France, where she was drinking a lot of red wine. No. But I think that probably loosened her mind to think of better things to do with her life as she came back to the real world. So we'll miss her, and the Chamber is looking for a permanent replacement for her position, but that's not yet to be announced.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you, Councillor Chichek. Europe does get the hook on people and makes them want to be there, so I could totally understand that. Thank you, Councillor Chichek. Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So further to what I was saying earlier, I neglected to say that for 2 weeks we sat on knowing that H was the winner, because when we sent the redacted nominations, we just, everything was taken off and they were application A, B, C, D, and so on. So further to what Councillor Chichok just said, it was not until our meeting at the end of last week that we actually identified who the winners were. So in any case, one last thing that actually has to do with this Friday, the Age Friendly Advisory Committee is holding a seniors seminar, and it's a 3-part. We have, we're using Friday, October the 20th, upstairs in the 3 rooms, and it's in conjunction with the spring program that we had, only it's an extension. So the fire department is actually providing, I think it's Tamara, right, who's doing fire safety for seniors. The NRP, the police services, are sending 2 officers and talking about scams that are occurring actually in Niagara. So it's a follow-up to having had the anti-fraud fellow come that was looking at the province-wide kinds of scams. We're now zeroing in on the things that are actually happening in Niagara. And then the third portion, with sort of breaks in between and time for questions and refreshments as well. Merritt's Funeral Home, Drew Gaucher is coming, and just talking about the kinds of things. It's called end-of-life preparations, but it isn't really as bad as it sounds. It really means what you can do and get in place to save your family some aggravation and some extra work and so on. The things that you can do free of charge that just allow you to leave things in good shape for your family moving forward and sort of protect them from whatever your stage in life is. So again, Friday at 9:30 in the community center. So
excellent. Thank you, Mayor Ganan. Myself, just on the Penn West board, Brian Walker is retiring at the end of this year. He has served on the board. I'll just make a couple of comments, and then we'll finish this up and move on because we do have a long evening. So he is retiring. At the end of December is the date that he's officially given. He has not, or the board has not named a successor at this moment. We are to meet later on this year to look into who is going to be succeeding him. He's been on the board, I would probably say 30 plus years, if not longer. So we will, myself and Mayor Ganan will have some news on that leading up before Christmas on where that is and who is named the successor for him. That's all I had. So we're moving on to members of council. Any other business of informative nature? And this time I'll start from my right to my left. Mayor Ganan?
Nothing, Mr. Chair.
No. Councillor Chichuk? Councillor Riley?
Nothing.
Nothing? Oh, Madam CAO, sorry.
Sorry, I was trying to find the right place to talk about this, but this is Local Government Week, and you can see that there's our communication coordinator is putting together a whole series of social media information about our organization, and right now she's highlighting every single department through the different avenues. So just making sure people are aware of what local government means and what the departments are responsible for.
Great, thank you, Madam CAO. Madam Clerk, anything? Councillor Rayner? Councillor Bradrick?
Just quickly, for 23 years, this is the 23rd year of the ECE Child Care Worker Appreciation Day, which is tomorrow, just to highlight the hard work of early childhood educators and individuals that work with young children, nurturing them and providing them with opportunities for safe and wonderful spaces to be in when they're not in school or with their parents, and just to highlight that as tomorrow being that day.
Councillor Bell? No, nothing. I don't have anything, but I just wanted to say, members of staff, thank you. But we did have John Bartolo here tonight. First time I met you. I see you a lot on the email threads. Welcome. This is actually, I don't know if this is, well, I've been here for, it's my third term, so this has got to be your first meeting sitting in the gallery. So it was nice to meet you. He is our CBO, and it was really nice. So if members of committee not aware, John, I don't know how many years now you've been here, but you've been here for a bit. But welcome. Thank you for joining us this evening. So that's all I had. New business. We do have a motion. We do have someone for new business. Councillor Chichuk. Introduce a new
Thank you,
item.
Mr. Chair. Yes, I'd like to introduce an item of new business, which is, I spoke with the clerk earlier today, and I don't think I'm taking her by surprise. I hope not, anyway. And that is with regard to the station number 2.
Correct. Yep.
And I just wanted to introduce the topic of the movement forward on that particular facility, because in of recent days we've heard that there is a need to make a decision and deal with the demolition.
So we have the idea. So we have to
Yes.
introduce a new item of business.
So I just wanted to give you enough to make you know what it
thank
was
you.
about.
And I
So
think
I'd
that-
like to introduce a new piece of
Okay,
business.
so I need a seconder for Councillor Chichuk. I got Councillor Bradrick. All those in favor of Councillor Chichuk introducing it? We'll put it up, sorry.
Oh, we're doing it on the machine.
Sorry, I didn't know it was there, Madam Clerk. That's why I was going to go with the...
That's why she was looking at the machine. Last month, thank you to our acting fire chief, we were given an update on the fire hall, and I believe that there was some substantial discussion about the whole idea of what comes first, the chicken or the egg. Do we take down the building? Do we keep it in half? What do we do? And certainly there were questions done, and there was discussion on whether or not the actual tender had ever happened. But the contractors who are building the building, if I am correct, have given us a price to demolish, both all of it or not all of it. But during the conversation, I believe that we may have missed the cue. We talked about doing an RFP, which is a request for proposal, a request for price, whatever, because at this point in time, that section of work has never been released for an RFP. And I fully understand that our staff are taking all the precautions. They've gotten legal information because they wanted to make sure that we weren't breaking any rules, because we have a price for the existing contractor who put it in. But subsequent to that, there's been now questions as to whether there's lead in the paint and vermiculite. That's a word I just can't remember all the time, but vermiculite in the blocks, and other issues regarding health and safety. So my concern is that I know that having looked at the minutes, that I looked for the question, I asked for an RFP, whether it's an RFP or RFI or something. What it was, the intention was to get a standard specification of what it is we want the contractors to do. And since we are not in a legal jeopardy to ask for that in a form that is standardized, whatever it be, it is important in my mind, because now I understand that the final top coat of asphalt is going on in 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So,
the weather, obviously.
Weather. So the question then becomes, and I'm sure staff will come back to us, is why would we put this top coat of asphalt on if the building has not yet been determined? And it now cannot be done within the next 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. So the question is, can we go to the contractor and get the push of the asphalt to spring? Can we, I know that may affect price, I know.
He holds his price.
But whatever, but it may also mean that we won't have to worry about chief returns with the outcome and it may not be an apples-to-apples comparison, we may be putting ourselves into another position where some of the contractors who are supplying information are saying, I didn't have all the information. So I bring it up now so that the chief doesn't do all that work only to come back and find out that we have to postpone further.
So the only thing, you make a lot of good valid points here, Councillor Chichek. The only thing that brings to my attention from my experience is who becomes the constructor with the project. If we cannot have two contractors working
Agreed.
at the site at the same time, because then the
Agreed.
West Lincoln becomes the constructor for any accidents, and we're liable. So that's one thing I just wanted to add to what Councillor Chichuk was bringing forward was there is a constructor issue. So if, I don't know the contractor's name on the site, is
Neither do I.
Nikon?
Nikon?
Yeah, so if NICOM is completed, then if the RFP does go, then the contractor can start after Nikon is completed, but they cannot be working there together, and we all know that in
Yep.
construction, and everybody understands that. So you make a lot of valid points. I will open it up to members of committee if they want to add to Councillor Chichuk's comments that she made. I saw Councillor Bell, go ahead.
So Councillor Chichuk brought up a lot of good points. So we have a contractor that is putting the new building up, obviously, but we don't have a contractor taking the old building down, if I understand that.
I'll refer that question to our acting fire chief, Tim Hofsink.
Would that be corrected this time?
Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Bell, that is correct. We have Nikon contracted for the purposes of constructing the new fire hall, and we do not have a separate contractor at this time for the demolition of the old building.
And then I also heard in that conversation that we're putting down asphalt in 2 weeks. Is that also correct? So I think that the asphalt needs to be stopped. Like, why in the name of God would you put asphalt down? Then you're gonna go in there and be ripping over another building and virtually destroying a lot of that asphalt by doing that. So the asphalt, it can wait till next spring. I mean, you got a beautiful gravel driveway in there.
So with those, no, sorry, Chief, I'll just maybe add to this. So with that, there's a couple ways that I'm quite sure Tim or according to the contract can go. If they do hold off the top asphalt, which is only top, it's based right now, correct, Tim? So the base asphalt, you can still drive on base asphalt to do removals and coat it with the top asphalt. Yes, nobody wants to do any construction when there's top asphalt placed because you ruin the top asphalt and then have to redo the asphalt. The only issue is now if Tim does go back to NICOM, next year AC index changes for asphalt, and asphalt prices change it, then remobilization costs change. So there is a lot of factors if we hold off the top asphalt. I don't know if they're able to, but I'll let Tim touch on that to kind of help answer that question for Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Chair Trombetta. I'll answer it as well as I can. I did have conversations with our project manager regarding the top coat of the asphalt, and as Councillor Chichak pointed out, their intent is to put the second coat on in 2 weeks, and that is in relation to the time of the year. So I think the way that Nikon explained things to me is that they're looking at closing out this project, and the top coat of asphalt is a part of the overall project. So basically, once the commissioning is completed, and the top coat of asphalt is on, the final landscaping is done, then the project will be done. So as you yourself mentioned, remobilization would be a part of it, and there are some questions as to whether the original price of that asphalt portion of the project, the pricing would remain the same, because we'd be talking about deferring that into sometime into the new year anyways. So not surprisingly, the project manager wasn't really able to give me any kind of cost estimates as far as, you know, what it would look like if we were to put the top coat on at some point in the new year. But it did sound like there were some challenges to deferring it, just as it would fall outside of the, you know, the current timelines that we're facing with the Station 2 construction.
Just to touch on that, all asphalt plants are closed in the area not until the spring. The only one that is open is coming out of Toronto, and it does cost at a premium. Do they not? for top asphalt.
I honestly don't know the answer to that as
All
far
ash-
as the
top
timelines.
You can get base asphalt up to Christmas after plants do shut down. And then, again, there's only one or two, but you pay at a premium to keep the plant open due to freezing, in the wintertime. So, did you want to say something, Donna? And then-
No, I didn't, you can get asphalt till mid-December, I believe. Is that what you said?
But he said, he was saying in the new year, he was saying for asphalt, but after top asphalt, or base, you cannot get in the new year. There's only a couple plants that remain open throughout the year, but they're not local. I do know that. So it is cost at a premium.
Shuts
So,
down till spring.
Councillor Bell? Your microphone needs to be on there. It's not on. There you go.
So all I'm saying is that we really don't want to put asphalt down now. We're going to go in there and wind up ripping it up. And I realize, and I mean, let's be realistic, there's going to be some extra cost. Asphalt's going to go up again come spring, and there would be additional cost caused by us because we're asking to hold off. So would you rather pay, argument's sake, $100 or $1,000 if we put the asphalt down, we rip it up, then we got to go repair it?
Make some good points.
So, for me, I think we just need to put that on hold until we get, our act together and get us to where we should be. Get the new building up, get the old one down. Last thing you do is put the asphalt down. You never put stuff like that down while you're constructing. And then as far as the old building, do we have any tenders out there for it? Anything lined up to remove the old building at this time?
Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Bell. At this time, there are no tenders or RFP process in the works right now.
So that kind of works in our favor a little bit.
Okay, so we heard the concerns of Councillor Bell. Anybody else with any questions? Councillor Riley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe through you, Mr. Chair, to yourself. Can you explain?
Oh, to myself? Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
To you, I guess.
Should have kept our director of public works.
Yeah, there you go. Could you
That's okay, I can answer
explain
Yeah, no, it's okay.
the statement that was just made? So I was under the impression that out of the last meeting, this was to go forward. We were supposed to see something was supposed to be in the works in terms of RFP for that building. I'm hearing there's nothing in the building. Is that just a matter because of how busy people were? Is that a matter of that nobody's been able to do it? I'm a little confused now. This is kind of coming out of left field, so I just like some clarity to why hasn't even been started. I understand it's not done, but I just want some clarity.
I can go to the CAO, or they can give the director.
Either option.
Tim, whichever one you want.
Maybe
the CAO.
maybe the chief.
So they can explain to you, Councillor Riley, what they explained to us at pre-agenda. Go ahead, Kais.
Certainly. Thank you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Riley. Work was progressing on the pricing of these jobs. The understanding from the committee meeting from last month was that we were looking at what costing would be from 3 other local, if possible, demolition contractors. So I was in the works of producing that sort of document in which we were going to be putting an apples-to-apples comparison of these 3 companies, demolition companies, together so that they were all quoting on the same portions of that project. It became obvious through that process that I was not going to have time to get all of the pricing in, including the construction details that were included in the overall price that Niacon had provided. So when I met with the committee members, I advised them that at that point the numbers would not be prepared in time for tonight's meeting. So certainly we were working on it diligently, but didn't achieve that timeline.
Oh, okay, and I appreciate that because it kind of sounded like nothing was happening at all. So I just wanted to confirm that there was something going. It's just a timing issue, I guess.
Yeah. So I got the CAO.
I thank you, through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Riley. Right after the last meeting, we held a few huddles of, the different departments, the building, planning, public works, and finance. We did talk to lawyers just about our purchasing policy and the issues behind that to make sure that we weren't at any risk. And our building group actually went out to an engineering specialist to find out about the integrity of the current building and the issues associated with that. So we have a lot of data right now. And then as Acting Fire Chief Hofsink was just saying, the numbers weren't coming in as apples to apples, so you needed to do a little bit more massaging. So we didn't have all the data at this point in time. So the report that was brought before you was to look at the complete demolition, the partial demolition, and so we're trying to come up with some more information to give a good answer, but certainly don't want to come back a third time, right?
Well, and I appreciate, so Mr. Chair, I appreciate that explanation, just because, again, my recollection was that we were kind of like, I think, if anything, we might even give direction for them to proceed with whatever was necessary to get that RFP rolling off the ground, because we knew time was on the essence, and now it sounds like, I'm guessing that if it goes to RFP, if we delay everything, that's not happening till spring, I guess. Not too sure how that works, but anyways, again, I just want to make sure I was understanding what was being said there and correctly recalling what was discussed at the last meeting.
Councilor Bell?
So I'm a little confused. I know a little bit about sending out tenders for jobs, getting bids back. We don't have anything out there really. It's like being piecemealed out to different people to come and do some work on this fire hall. We haven't talked about taking this one down yet. I'm not sure why we're not putting a package together to say, here's the plans, that's the one we want built. This is the old fire hall. We want it taken down to the ground and asphalted over, whatever it is we want done with it. And sending that out for tenders and getting bids on it. Like, it sounds like we're getting bits and pieces done here. And I tell you, moving forward, if that's how we're doing it in bits and pieces, I'll not be approving anything, because that's not the way you do a job. I'm sorry, but I think we need to relook at this and come back to council with a set plan of what it is we are doing. Because I'm hearing all kinds of different things. It doesn't make me happy.
Okay. I'm looking to my right. I have I don't know whose hand's going up just as quick, Madam Mayor. I saw yours first, and then Councillor Chichok.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a couple of things in regard to this top asphalt. So is that the last piece, through you, Mr. Chair, to Acting Chief Hofsink? Is that the last piece? Is that the last existing thing to be done? Or are there still a few other outstanding pieces of work that are still being finished off, finalized, or whatever to do with the hall?
Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Mayor Ganan. To be perfectly honest, I wish I could give you a solid answer on that, but the way that our construction schedule has unfolded on this project, I honestly don't know. By this time, we should be well occupied and settled into that building, and due to some severe trade restrictions, we're just having an awful time getting certain jobs completed. So theoretically, yes, the top coat of asphalt would be the final piece of the puzzle for that project, but the likelihood that that's going to be the case in this particular case, it looks less and less like that will be so. Because
so it's not necessarily so that in 2 weeks' time they're going to put down the asphalt and they're going to say, okay, we're done with the West Lincoln project.
I would be a bit
Obviously,
surprised.
There's still landscaping subcontractors that need to come in.
So when you look at that, the entirety of that, I think about the fact that when we build a subdivision, it isn't until after everything is well settled and done that they actually come back and do the roads. So to me, it almost makes sense that instead of allowing them even the privilege of going ahead in a couple of weeks to do this asphalting, we should almost, in fact, be holding them at bay to say, look, there are still a few other outstanding things that we would like to see done before that final version is there. I think there's ample evidence as to why we should not be in a hurry to see them able to finish this in 2 weeks' time and feel like they are done with us when it has not been easy for you and for others to deal with them.
So after the top asphalt, there will be miscellaneous sod, topsoil, any tree planting if there need be, according to the preliminary drawings. So if
all of that can happen in the spring, there's no reason why the asphalting can't also happen in the spring.
So the only thing is with that, Mayor Ganan, is that they're to a contract this year. If we do delay them, So they've set up their subs and everything else
Right,
to
but
come in and finish.
We would not, in fact, be delaying them. They have delayed many times over.
If I don't know how the contract is going.
I don't either, but
like,
I'm just
I don't know
saying-
that the,
We would not, in fact, if we are not ready for them to do that in 2 weeks' time, we are not causing them a delay if they already, that was my reason for asking if there are still outstanding existing things that need to be dealt with.
again, we don't know because they're held to working days too for the contract, right? So
Exactly.
there's many things probably in that contract that they have to abide by, so I don't know what they're, I know there has been delays according to Tim, but again, I've seen it before where just December 24th, people are putting sod down, so we don't know what, what happens, right? It happens. If the weather permits, people still do, I see it in my.
Well, I understand that. It just seems to me that there's more to this job, that we don't need to be in such a hurry to accommodate them in 2 weeks if they're not finished anyway with the other work that needs to be done, so.
Councillor Chichuk?
Well, I guess the point that I take heed of everyone's comments, and I think I want to thank our staff, again, Donna and Tim, for the work that they put into this and how they've had to carry this through all of the delays. The siding had to be replaced, various things that had to happen, plus the fact that we had to wait. And now here we are, encroaching on December. And the contractor is going to have to go to Toronto to that only asphalt plant to get the top coat. So I understand also the closeout of the contract. But somewhere, someone has to sit down and say, okay, let's grab this thing by the neck. We didn't issue an RFP. We didn't tender the work for the demolition. And there's no way we're going to get that done to be ready to demolish in 3 days in order to get it done before the top coat of asphalt is theoretically supposed to arrive. So all I'm saying is that the last time we did this at the meeting a month ago, we asked for it to be done through some sort of legitimate, fair way, normally a tender or a bid or something. So can we get that to help Mr. Huffsink get there more quickly and know that we're getting charged or it's going to be done, and that all the suppliers who would do a demolition would have the same information about any complexities that are there to think about as you tear it down, and if there is issues with what would I say with environmental issues that have to be taken care of. I don't want somebody coming back in a week or two and saying, oh golly gee, we found asbestos in the something or other, or lead paint on the walls which causes us a problem, or vermiculite in the blocks. That's all I was hoping to do tonight. I thought we'd asked for that, but I see now that it's got to be that way. We've got to have something issued, and that to take this forward to the next step, and that's what I'm looking for. And when occupancy happens, it happens because it's right. And if we are going to tear the building down, it's done with the right decision about whether it's the whole building, half building, or no building.
So I'm sorry, I'm a little bit torn here. I'm a little confused, to be honest with you.
That's okay.
So to Director of Finance and to Mr. Offsink, so what is needed by council here? Like, I'm kind of confused on that sense. Like, the one contractor's finishing. We still need to do something else. One contractor wants to finish his work, leave, we need to go to RFP. What does sort of council need to help out with here to kind of, we all agreed that we were I think in favor of using that building as a training facility. Well, that was never the question, am I correct? Like, am I wrong?
We never came to one mind on that.
Oh, we didn't?
Mr.
Okay,
Chair,
sorry.
Through you,
Until we asked for the prices, correct?
We
Please,
needed
that's
to
why
know-
I'm confused.
We
So-
needed to know whether it was our building CBO, maybe that's why
Oh,
he's
that's
here.
right, yes.
Was ensuring that it was there, that it was satisfactory, it was safe. We didn't know if there was contaminants in the building.
Correct.
Which I understand.
That's why I said I was confused. 'Cause
No, I understand. So we've got that issue on the table, and it seems that the other issue about the asphalt, I think, is a red herring. The point is if the building is to stay up and be used partially, is it suitable and is it free of contaminants? And we will not know that unless we go out and get the prices, and then it can happen. And that ain't gonna happen in 2 weeks.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for clarifying. Councilor Rayner.
Thank you. I find this whole project, to use the word disaster, I think is moderate. It's such a mess. It was supposed to have been done by May. We were supposed to have been in the building. Project manager was there when we put the shovel in the ground last year, and he was all enthusiastic with big smiles. And I haven't seen him since, and I know why. But then we talk about a building. We built this new building to replace the old building. So to me, it should have been, the budget was approved to build a new building, and automatically there should have been a scheduling of the demolition at the time that the new building was complete. So that hasn't been done. The asphalt coming in, we don't know what we're doing with this building now, even though it kind of looks bad in the sense that we convinced, or we told the taxpayers that this building was beyond saving and we need a new building, and then to save it doesn't exactly sit well with common sense. But now we've got a situation where we got this asphalt. These people have delayed us for 6 months. To say that if we defer it 6 months till next spring to put the asphalt, and they're going to charge us more. If they'd have been on time with the schedule, like he had a smile on his face last year when he got the project, then we would have had more than enough time from May till now to deal with this issue with the building and to get the asphalt done and not worry about winter. They've dragged this thing on, and they're saying, well, it's our trades. Well, it doesn't matter. You were hired to do the job. You were confident. You were cocky last year. We'll get it done, scheduled May, no problem. And all of a sudden, problem after problem after problem after problem just keeps occurring. And a lot of frustration from the firefighters and a few other things about the quality of the workmanship. There's a whole bunch of issues dealing with this building. So to me, if we should just state, as Councilor Bell said, we're not putting the asphalt down in 3 weeks, and we're not going to pay for any increases next year because we had more than enough time to do it this year, except you dragged your butt till this year. We're still not in that, till almost the end of the year, we're still not in that building. So there's a whole bunch of this, to me, that we're missing coordination, we're missing timing, we're missing responsibility, we're meeting somebody in charge. This whole thing has just become a nightmare, and I feel bad for the deputy chief because in a lot of respects he just walked into this and got cold-cocked. And I know it must be very frustrating because I have rebuilt building, converted fluid milk plants to cultured products plant, ice cream plants, $15 million budget. I have timelines. I had head office on my rear end. You started a certain date. And we started at that date because you push like crazy with all the trades that are responsible to make sure that they're on board, and your timing, you meet every week, you go over everything with the trades, and the job is done on time. None of that obviously was done in this because I've never seen such a fiasco building a building as I've seen with this one. And I have personal experience on rebuilding buildings. And this has just been unbelievable. So right now, to me, I'm not sure which direction you want to go. Councilor Chichuk wants to put out a tender possibly to tear the building down. We're not even sure if we want. She's brought up vermiculite, maybe asbestos. We don't even know the whole situation. But the bottom line was we were going to replace that building, which means that building should have had a quote a long time ago of the cost of taking it down, and all we have to do is call them up and pull the trigger when our trucks go in the new building. That to me was how it should have went. Then it's changed in different directions. So this whole thing is so confusing right now and so frustrating. I'm glad I'm not in charge because I wouldn't have tolerated it. This is just beyond. I mean, we're almost into snow coming down and we still haven't got the vehicles in the new building. Like, it's just been ridiculous. So I'm not sure where we want to take it from now, but what I do want to take it to is what Councilor Bell said. We tell them that the asphalt should not go down because we haven't made a decision on the old building, and the new asphalt will get destroyed if they come in to take the old building down. Even if they only take part of it down, they're going to wreck it. So it's obvious that we shouldn't be doing that now. So that to me is almost a given. And as far as the costs associated with this township and the taxpayer of this township, it should not be incurred any additional cost because they're the ones who dragged this project out. And I don't care what their excuses are. They were hired to do that job. And they did not come to us when they got the contract saying, hey, there's going to be a lot of screw-ups down the road, I just want to give you a heads up. No, they were smiling and they were happy, they got the deal, and then they gave it to us good. So, right now, that's what I feel is the decision should be made tonight, is back off on the asphalt. We'll do it in the spring, because we haven't made decisions that could affect that asphalt, so let's not touch it. Let's leave it alone right now, and get this building done, and get the trucks in, and then maybe we can make a reasonable decision on the future of the building, or part of the building, or it all comes down to whatever. But we built it, I was here when we built a new fire hall, right next door. None of this happened when we built a new fire hall next door. There was never coming back about delays. That fire hall was built, it was built properly, it was built on time, everybody was happy, and we moved forward. And I believe the same thing with the community center, that when it was built, it was on a timeline, it was built, the old arena was taken down. Why has this one been such a pain in the you-know-what, and everything that possibly could go wrong has gone wrong? There's more excuses than people out there working. I live practically next door, and it's not unusual for me to drive by every day and there's nobody there.
Okay, Councillor, you made some valid points. I have Councillor Bell. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Councillor Bell?
Chief, so how close is this new fire hall being done? Like, are we just about ready to move into it? You know, can you give us an idea where we're at with it?
Thank you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Bell. The new fire hall is very, very close to completion. So the thing that's holding us up is the same thing that's holding us up last month when I gave an update. The gas supply from the road to the building, it's fed through a specific, they call it a pound station, PSI station, and it's basically changes the pressure from what's at the road to what we can use in the building itself. And it's a fairly complex piece of machinery, but certainly every building, I think, of any substance that gets put up will need something of that nature. So it's not an unheard of piece of equipment by any means, but without that, the commissioning of all of the electrical, or not the electrical, the HVAC systems specifically, the mechanical systems, can't be carried out. So it's, there's just really kind of a couple of major blockages that are stopping us from progressing. But in reality, the majority of the construction is done. The outside envelope is done. The painting inside is done. Most of the finish work is completed. So they're beginning to work on some of the deficiencies that have been provided by staff and by the firefighters. So those issues are being addressed by the contractors, but it is in a slow fashion for sure.
So when is this big problem going to be fixed?
Well, that's the problem, is that we had a meeting with our.
Who's responsible for it?
Well, we have
Councillor, just go through the chair and then we'll go to Tim.
Okay.
So it just continues. Your microphone, Councillor, sorry. Sorry, I didn't. Go ahead, Councillor, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Chair, who is responsible for this? Like, Tim does not need this aggravation.
Correct.
He's a fire chief.
Correct.
Damn it all, he's not a builder, we need to help him deal with this issue.
Okay.
And obviously, I don't mean throw him anchors. I mean, he's got a problem there, they're not cooperating with him. Let's make it happen. That's what's gotta happen.
Correct. So, Tim, if you could maybe give some insight on, who the, project manager is on the job, and maybe can help
Certainly.
out with that answer.
Thank you, Chair Trombetta. So we have a project manager who oversees the entire project, obviously, and then we also have a site supervisor who spends some of his time at the site and coordinates the work of the trades. And basically what we do is every 2 weeks, I meet with the project manager, the site supervisor, and the representative from the architectural firm. That is our representative in respect to the contractor. So we go over the progress that has been achieved over the past 2 week span, and then there is generally a schedule of what they expect to be completed in the coming 2 weeks. This pound station from the gas company has just been a massive delay. It has been going on for weeks and weeks. We keep getting updates that it's going to come in the next week or two, and it comes and goes. So the problem seems to be that while we deal with Enbridge in the larger sense, the work of the manufacturing and installation of this particular station is by a subcontractor. So it's, again, another step down the line, you know? So it's difficult because we're not dealing with the company directly. It goes down through a subcontractor, and that's, you know, that's been providing a challenge, I think, for the contractors to get real answers from the people that are actually providing the service.
Thank you, Terry, give your microphone one more time there. Sorry, the only reason why, because you're asking multiple questions back and forth, and I just want every question on record, so that's why I was saying go through
So
the chair.
through you, Mr. Chair, who from our side is dealing with the contract?
Your microphone, Counselor, just, I know it's not on, and then, there we go. I don't need, Bruce will start, he'll start waving at me here, so.
I mean, I've dealt with contractors most of my life, in my past life. And, you know, they're not your friendliest people sometimes. You know, they think they run the show. You know, this is our building, they were hired, and whoever's looking after from our side and representing the township needs to sit this guy down. And I don't care who he's dealing with, that's his issue. He has to deal with us. We're coming into the cooler weather now, and it's still not done. I mean, hell, he could have built an Empire State Building with the time he's had, and we still got an old station to get rid of. But he's getting paid. Like, somebody needs to sit down with this guy and lay it all out for him. You know, what was the original contract? When was the completion date to be? And why aren't you where you should be with it? You know, like,
Well, the one thing, thank you, Councillor, we can hear, it's good that we voice our opinions to these issues, and it's on record to staff and to the CAO, so that's good that, you know, we can feel though how council's feeling. So I got Councillor Bradrick, she hasn't spoken yet, and then I got Councillor Rayner again.
Through you, Chair, to the fire chief. I guess, some clarity around our contractual obligations as we talk about, you know, being forceful with the direction of to the contractor, but I would assume that there's some contractual obligations that we have to fulfill and timelines that are associated with that. So, you know, the power might not all be within ours. I don't know if you have that information to kind of give us that clarity on what that looks like, just so that we're not just throwing comments out to you about, you know, do this, do that, let's, you know, throw down the hammer, because maybe we don't have really a hammer to throw down.
Chief?
Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Braddock. Thanks for that comment. Yeah, that has been a problem. I had a conversation in some frustration with our representative from the architectural firm in discussing the timelines and how we were significantly beyond the original ones. And unfortunately, post-COVID, and this has been haunting us throughout this entire project, both with the supply of materials and the availability of labor. For us to have been able to put something in the contract that would have had penalties attached to delays would have increased the cost of that contract substantially. Now, this is coming, you know, from our representative from the architectural firm and in a, you know, post-contract signing situation. So, of course, we're not in a position to do anything when I had this conversation about that, but it didn't sound like that was a very achievable thing at the time when we were entering into this contract, just because the likelihood that we would have received bids for the amount that we did and not substantially more with those penalties included would have been a difficult thing, I think.
And through you, Chair, to the chief, I mean, that makes great sense. I mean, this is a completely different type of environment and achieving, you know, building and supply chain issues and trade issues. You know, it's a different world that we work in post-COVID or even during COVID. But what about the contractual obligations for us to have, get them to the end? If they want to put on that final coat, are we then tied to allowing them to do that so that can be finished off? Or is there some kind of ability for us to, put on the brakes, or do we not have the opportunity to do that? Do you know that? And through you, sorry, Chair.
It's fine, Councillor.
Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Braddock. There are a number of mechanisms by which we can hold these companies to account. One of them is holdbacks. So when we are going through the process, we make payments to the architectural firm to be dispersed, and a portion of that is held back. So when things are not completed, we can help ensure that they are completed by not paying until it's done. As far as the asphalt is concerned, I did have conversations with the project manager about it. His thoughts on it at the time, and that was kind of prior to us having these further discussions about demolition and so on, were that we probably could delay the asphalt or even perhaps not include it, and they could put a credit back onto the contract or the, what's remaining of the contract, so that, they wouldn't fulfill that portion of it. That is an option that could be done, and it sounded like this would be something that was available to us and that we would be able to not include that portion of it, receive a credit back. Whether or not that would be the full amount that we would be able to do that top coat for in, say the spring of '24, I don't know the answer to that question. But it did sound like there were avenues that we could pursue, that we wouldn't necessarily be forced into taking that second coat of asphalt if we were not prepared for it.
That's very helpful information. Very helpful information to have me understand fully what our position is. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Rayner?
Again, as Councillor Bell said, when they were building this building, they knew they had to get gas to this building. So coordinating the timing with their sub, especially now that it's been delayed more than 6 months, they've had more than enough time to coordinate it. And if they're used to doing these kind of projects, which I assume they are, that's why they bid on it. It wasn't their first time, although I do get the impression of that now. I would think that they would have scheduled that. So the onus to me would be on NICOM, which would be on the project manager, that scheduling. And if they have a problem with the sub, they have had more than enough time with the excuses that this guy's come up with to find another sub, if they're a credible company, because it's their credibility on the line, and they've made promises and assurances that they're going to do stuff on time. And the future of them getting jobs with other municipalities is word of mouth on how good you are and how you follow timelines and everything else. This is certainly not helping their cause, and I would think they wouldn't want to get into a situation they're in. So I'm, again, having difficulty understanding the coordination, because obviously the building is going to require gas, and you don't have to do it the last month the building's up and say, oh, by the way, I guess I better contact somebody to get the gas in here. This is, again, is a scheduling issue. And you mentioned you were talking to your people, the project manager and the site supervisor, on every 2 weeks. I was doing it on a weekly basis. Every Thursday, I think it was, we just sat down and we went through it. And we kept the pressure on. 2 weeks is kind of giving them more time to find more reasons why they can't get it done. Because the more you tend to go after people to get something done, the better chance you're going to get it done, because they're going to get tired of seeing your face and they want to get it done. So the more pressure we put on, the more chances are that they're going to get it done just to get you out of their way. So I think we didn't help it by going here only twice a month, because based on what I've seen when I go by, it certainly hasn't done any sparks to get things flying out there. So I don't know if that will help, but like I said, I find it hard to believe that they're building a building and they didn't line up the gas long before this building was even close to finish. And I don't understand why, you mentioned for the HVAC system, sure, we got HVAC systems and they know the requirement load and everything else that's required. Why couldn't that gas have been set up and capped right at the building and then just hook it up when they're ready to go. Why did they wait for the last minute because it's from the road? They could have brought it from the road to the building and had it set to go based on when the HVAC system was installed. Like, there's things you ask about this that doesn't seem the left hand is knowing what the right hand is doing, and the proof is we're still not in the
So
building.
you make a lot of valid points, Counselor.
Yes.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we have to direct him to Tim, because he really can't answer, because he's not the project manager. I think almost we need the project manager to kind of answer those questions, so.
I understand, Mr. Chair, but I think we need more pressure from the township because it's gone to the point past of being forgiving. And
Mike, your microphone.
We've gone past the point of being patient, and I think it's time that we become a lot more
And
direct.
I think, well, Counselor Chichuk bringing this up under new business, we knew that this was an important, it had to be brought up, and that's why it came under new business, which is not usually common in council, but she knew it was an important issue to be brought up from our pre-agenda. So I think all the comments made tonight are, I know for sure staff knows how council feels. It's pretty easy to pick up how council feels on this issue, and I know, the CBO is actually seeing how this council feels. We're not always this way, but some particular issues, they just they need to be, they become contentious, and this is one that's an important issue that needs to be discussed. So, thank you for those comments. You make a lot of valid points, Councillor. I got Madam CAO that wants to discuss something. Go ahead, Madam CAO.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Trombetta. I wanted to make sure that this committee was aware of what the recommendation was that was passed by the committee last time, and it was that the recommendation report, Fire Department 1323, regarding the West Lincoln Fire Station site management be referred back to staff for report back at a future committee or council meeting in order for staff to gather further information regarding the old Fire Station 2 building. And that's exactly what staff have been working on. And so again, if council or committee wants to be more prescriptive, please do that. But I just want to make sure that everybody is aware of this. And the other thing I want to make sure is that if we're talking about legal strategy and dealing with our contracts, I'd like to take those conversations in camera.
Okay. Noted, Madam CAO. Councillor Chichuk?
Thank you. As part of the pre-agenda, we did review the minutes, and we did talk at length about the inclusion or exclusion of the word RFP. It was always the intent of the members of council who are writing that recommendation to have RFP in there. And I didn't want to bring that up, but we allowed it to happen, my bad, and I will be much more specific. I don't think that's an issue for this meeting, Madam CAO or Mr. Chair. What I wanted to do was talk about the fact that I'll take full responsibility of allowing a motion to go forward that excluded something, but was brought forward at the recommendation of our staff to not worry about putting it in. So we didn't. And we'll discuss that at a different time. But the issue is that we have now uncovered a number of things which were the concern that both you and I had and other members of council had about the concluding steps to this fire hall. And I think a lot has been uncovered, and I appreciate the input from all members of council and the staff. But what we have now is we have options. So to be specific, we could negotiate the top coat out of the existing RFP with the contractor, which has never been brought up till this evening. And that would leave us able to renegotiate with a different person the actual top coat. And as other councils have mentioned, that isn't going to hurt anything because everything will settle. We are $74,000 ahead of budget, which we were told. We really did want to get an RFP to get the demolition determined, so we had an apples-to-apples comparison. And I think that the motion tonight should say that the RFP be put underway to get the cost of a demolition of a partial or total removal of the existing fire hall, or whatever we want to call it, is important and a must, because that's what I thought I had done. And I was polite to allow staff to say, you don't need it, just let it go the way it is. So I don't want to have that argument any further tonight. We need to get the gas issue and the HVAC and all other issues resolved, and we need to get everything else going camera. I don't disagree with the CAO at this point. and then we have to award the demo. And all of that is going to take throughout the winter months and will likely not happen or complete itself until spring. But let's take the time to conclude this correctly and not be pushed into steps that are going to cost us more money in the long run.
Correct. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Chichuk. So I'm going to end it off. I know Councillor Bell had one more thing, and I'm going to end this off. And then do we need a motion? I'll come back to you, Councillor Chichuk.
To ensure that
Thank you.
what I wanted in it is correct, is complete.
Thank you. Councillor Bell, I'll just end it off with you. Go
So,
ahead.
yeah, so to wrap this up, I'd like to go into camera now, tonight, and let's get this thing wrapped up, because there's a lot of things to be said yet that can't be said here. So I think we need to go into camera and get this done, and get it off the table. Because it's not fair to Tim to have it over his head.
So I'm not saying we don't need to go into camera, Councillor Bell. I don't know if, I'm going to turn to the will of council. If council thinks we need to go into camera, then we do. If council doesn't, I can't just go with one councillor. It has to come from the will of council. So,
Understood.
so I will, again, like, I just got to go with the will of council on that one, right, as chair.
Councillor Chichuk wanted to say something, but it's got to be done in camera, and that's kind of what's going on.
I know she had a motion that she wanted to bring forward to add everything. So again, unless council feels that they need to go into confidential with this, it's the will of council. So I will start by, I'll go for everybody's comment here. I'll start with the mayor. If you think it's, at this point, we need to, we will. So I'll ask for everybody's opinion.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chair. So at this point in time, I feel that it's not necessary to add this particular item. If Councillor Chichuk's motion comes forward and we make a definite step in the right direction in terms of getting this done properly, then there's no need to discuss it further tonight. We do have 3 items already. We are going in camera for 3 items. And I would think that this has not been included at this point in time.
It's not, yeah.
So I think that if we can leave this, go with the motion as it is, and allow the next steps to happen according to the motion, then there's no need to
Okay.
discuss it further, but it does need to be discussed at some
It
time.
does at some point. So, Councillor Chichuk, you did have your motion. I'll finish with you at the end, and I'll listen to council if that's okay. Councillor Chichuk, I don't mean to skip over you. Thank you. Councillor Riley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I kind of, I hear what Councilor Bell is saying, and I certainly don't disagree. But at the same time, I think if I know what's already been said as far as what Councilor Chichuk's potentially bringing forward as a motion, I think we kind of need some of that information before we could even consider going into close and having a fulsome discussion of what our options are. So I'm not certainly against going into close. I would just ask maybe for some patience to see what this resolution covers, and maybe that's an item at another meeting.
At another meeting. Makes sense. Okay, great. Councillor Rayner?
Thank you. Although I understand and appreciate what Councillor Bell is saying, Madam Mayor and Councillor Riley, I believe, is right. I think we need to initiate something first and take a look how that's going to turn out before we proceed to the other. But we may end up leading to that one. But I think this is a good first step of what Councillor Chichuk is putting together, and I believe the clerk is putting together something now. And let's see where that plays out. And if we have to, then we will. But right now, let's walk before we run.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Broderick?
Ditto.
Okay, Councillor Bell, so if I had the consensus of council, not that you didn't bring up good points, but it seems like the consensus of council thinks that we're going to hold off on going into confidential with this. Thank you. So I'll refer back to Councillor Chichuk. I'll look at that motion if the clerk could be possibly ready. You have something or you have nothing at this moment?
I think
At the
that the
appropriate time.
motion, I believe, and I will look to my colleagues to ensure that this is specific enough, is that a motion, I put forward a motion that, as indicated by the acting fire chief, we negotiate the top coat of asphalt out of the existing contract. 1.
Okay, hold
Two.
on. Hold on, let her write that.
Okay, I got it here.
I know.
But no, I know. Aren't your
When
fingers
she-
moving fast?
She's quick.
Did you get that one? The top coat of asphalt be negotiated out of the existing contract. That's my motion. Do you have one? Out of the existing contract. Okay? That an RFP for the demolition of both options, partial and complete, for the existing, can we call it Fire Hall?
Correct, yeah.
Public Works Building, Station 2, be assembled and put out for pricing. Whatever, the tender RFP, whatever you want to call it, I'm going to go with you. That a deficiency list for all outstanding issues, gas, HVAC, etc., be put together and brought back in camera to council on Monday, October 23rd, right?
Sounds good. Sure.
I'm done.
Oh, you're not done, sorry.
Sorry. And that the award of the demo not be done until the entirety of the RFP, tender, whatever you want to call it, is made aware to council.
Okay. You have that, Jess? Madam Clerk, sorry.
I think that covers the specificity of what this council wants. And if there's anything I have missed, please tell me, because all I'm just trying to do is make sure that we don't leave anything out this time.
1 second, let her finish writing, and then I'll come to you. Go ahead, Council. Anything else, Madam Clerk, before I go to the members of committee? If she needs to go back to her desk to write it in, so let me find out first. Okay, can I go to members of committee, is that okay? Okay. So Councillor Chichuk, is that?
I'm hoping I did it, but if I didn't, I'm
okay.
going to friendly amendments.
Okay. Councillor Rayner, then I have Councillor Broderick.
Thank you. Through to Councillor Chichuk. What was that last number 4 again?
Oh, that the tender not be awarded until the item is completely brought back.
Oh, because it could be, through you, Mr. Chair, because it could be a partial demolish or a full demolish.
Correct.
We want the whole story in front of us.
Correct.
In order for us to make a decision before a decision is made ahead of us and we're in trouble.
Exactly.
Thank
And
you.
beyond the
Yeah.
point 3, which was coming back in camera next week,
Right.
I would like to hear whether or not, if there is in-camera meetings required, then we'll go in camera.
Right.
You know, I think that some of what we talked about tonight was bridging on
Yeah, it was bridging. I
on
understand.
legal, so let's do it properly, and I'm not asking for it in open council. I was just talking about an RFP tonight, but I'm very glad for the fullness of discussion.
No, you're very good at putting that together, and thank you. I now understand.
Yeah. Councillor Broderick.
Just a quick comment through you, Chair, to Councillor Chichuk. I know that you had mentioned in your original statement was about the possibility of partial demolition, full demolition, and then also a new build. Those, I believe, something came up about that. I don't think that that's applicable at this time, but I didn't want to just bring that up in case.
I did, and I apologize because I think in my mind and in discussing this with Mr. Hofsink, it was that if it was an entire demolition and we are ahead of budget, it might be the consideration of council to do something like a Quonset hut or something that could satisfy their needs in a safe and appropriate, long-lasting building, but we couldn't know that until we had the proper prices. So I apologize, that was my slip of the tongue. I have no intention of
I just
suggesting-
wanted to make sure that that was not
That's next
left
phase.
unaddressed.
Next phase.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Madam Clerk?
Sorry, I do have a question through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Chichuk with respect to this RFP process. Is this something that you're wishing to have started at council or prior to ratification of council? That would need to be specified in the...
I think we already thought we were doing that, and as has been heard, we really need to get it. To do an RFP, you don't have to award it, right? You can put it out, and if it doesn't meet your needs, you don't award the contract. Right now, we have no contract, so if you start preparing it and you can get that turned around in a week and get it out, you're not putting this council at risk. So it doesn't need to come back if you've done a thorough job of explaining what you expect to do in a partial and a full demolition of that building.
Yes.
So it can go out without coming back here.
Yes.
But the award of the demo after the tender goes out has to come back here so we understand that you're taking down the whole building or part of the building.
Yes, thank you
Okay.
for the clarification. I just wanted to put that out there because these minutes won't be ratified until council. So I
Understood.
wanted to make sure that that would be in the recommendation.
Totally
Okay.
appropriate.
Right.
Thank you.
Madam CAO?
Thank you, Chair Trombetta. I had a question about the first point, and to the clerk, could you please read it again?
As indicated by the acting fire chief, there is option to exclude the top coat, I'm now embellishing, the top coat of asphalt from our existing contract. The instruction is to negotiate the top coat of asphalt out of the existing RFP, which we were told we could do.
I guess my question is what, are there any parameters around that in terms of the costs associated with
If my colleagues on council wish to make an amendment to that and look at those parameters, I would leave it in their hands. I know fully that there will be implications, but to negotiate it and come back and tell us of what the negotiations have resulted, that is the instruction to staff, to negotiate something and come back to us and tell us the implications.
Okay.
So, just to be helpful, then, could we just, I don't want to make a final decision on a negotiation until I come back to council.
Okay.
Fair?
Mayor Garnan.
So, Mr. Chair, through you, just one more question that I think is probably okay, but Councillor Chichok also indicated that you wanted a total list, and you're still asking for that for next week in confidential at next week's council?
Madam Mayor, the deficiency list sounded like it was growing as we went around this council.
So my question
Yeah.
would just be then to, since that was the intent, I'm fine with that as long as Chief, you feel that you could compile that list and have it to us for confidential next week. Is that a possibility? At least an up-to-date list of the things that are still outstanding?
Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Mayor Ganan, I have a list in hand.
Okay.
I would have to make sure that it's up to date by next week in order to
I-
provide it, but yes, we do have a current list.
Thank you. I didn't want that to be part of the ask, and then, for you to say, oh, I can't possibly do that. So thank you for that. And thank you for indulging the question.
So, members of committee, if the clerk could read the recommendation brought by Councillor Chichuk, and then I hope we don't have a seconder on that yet, and I will get that, and then ask comments or questions on that recommendation.
I will read the recommendation. So that the acting fire chief negotiate the top coat of asphalt out of the existing contract, and that this negotiation be brought forward to members of council, and that staff be directed to conduct a formal request for proposal, RFP, process for the full and partial demolition of the old Fire Station 2 building prior to ratification of council, and that a deficiency list be brought forward to council during confidential matters should be required. At the October 23rd, 2023 council meeting, and that the award of the demo not be done until the RFP has been made aware of council. Okay.
So, members of committee, you have heard that motion brought by Councillor Chichuk. I need a seconder on that motion. I have Councillor Rayner. Any comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Riley? And then Councillor Bell.
Okay, thank you. This is really come out of the blue here, so I'm just kind of curious. I'm grateful for Councillor Chichuk for bringing this, I guess, to the surface here, but I guess through you, and I'm not quite sure to who, what would have happened if this didn't come up tonight? Why wasn't this on the agenda tonight? This seems like a very pressing topic, and yet we've kind of I feel like I've just stumbled into this. I feel like I'm a little blindsided, and thankfully Councillor was able to bring this to our attention, but if maybe I could get some clarity to why, had this not come up, it sounds like the hard topping or whatever would have just gone ahead as planned, and we would have been cleaning up the mess after that. So I kind of want to know what happened and who was kind of responsible.
So I'll turn that to the CAO.
So, thank you, through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Riley, as you raised a really good question. And in conversation with our staff all last week, we were to have a report to come back. And when we realized that we didn't have the data, I did suggest that as they were having the pre-agenda meeting last Friday, that it should be brought forward, because you don't ever want, if we were going to have to wait until the following committee, or even to ask for an ability to come to council next week, that's where it came ahead. So I think that our process actually worked in some ways, in that the chair and the vice chair were aware, and then took some action in that regard. So it wasn't certainly to drop the ball at all, and it was making sure that we were giving an accurate status of where things were.
So, Mr. Chair, thank you for the response, Madam CEO. I'm still so now this is the responsibility of the chair and vice chair to determine pressing matters that need to be brought up by council and bringing under new business. To me, this should have been an item on the agenda brought by staff saying, we need your direction on this. We're 2 weeks away. So even if we had that meeting on Monday, if you decide to bring something, now we're a week away from potentially, now with this, this particular agency has had some timeline struggles, beyond their capacity. But I feel like if we can't, based on the speculation, this would have just gone forward as is. And so I don't think, and with all due respect to MCO, I don't think this was handled in the best capacity, because I don't think this was brought up how it should have been brought up. I feel like this should have came to council as an actual item, and not members of council having to ask questions and, for lack of a better way of phrasing it, fish out information. This didn't come out in any proper thing that we've had in the last 5 years. So again, I kind of disagree with your explanation of this process worked. I don't think it did work, and that's my opinion. But again, I still really am left wondering why things have still happened the way they have, and this was yanked. It sounds like they had something there that was brought to their attention, and it was just left with them to determine. So maybe through you, Mr. Chair, again, back to yourself, can you explain what happened here? I still don't fully grasp the explanation that you guys were given information, which is understandable. As a chair of planning, there's information that's shared with me, but that such a pressing matter that's 2 weeks away was kind of left on your shoulders, both you and the vice chair.
Correct.
To determine if this should come to council, and yet maybe you guys, maybe to some extent, Mr. Chair, all due respect,
No, what happened during that administration finance committee meeting is that it was brought, but they didn't have all the information to bring to council. So Councillor Chichik and myself either were going to be pulling the minutes or bring a new item under business, because we wanted to bring it to council. That's exactly how it transpired.
So that was the strategy, to bring it up instead of bringing an item forward saying we
They
don't
didn't have the information to bring forward to us.
But they still don't have.
But it was verbal.
information.
It was exactly. But it was verbal at administration what transpired. Said we're not ready.
But we've had, Mr. Chair, sorry, back to you. If we've had situations before where when staff, even if they have something not completely ready, but a pressing matter, there will be a note that kind of comes into the agenda, not a member of council who has to kind of spearhead this.
Mm-hmm.
Thank goodness to Councillor Chichik and her devotion and understanding of the process and being able to get where we got here. But at the same time, this is not at all anything that we should have had to wear. We've been dealing with this for a little over an hour now.
Councillor Chichik was with me there. I'll let her speak to it as well. Go ahead, Councillor Chichik.
I don't want to belabor the point, and from my perspective, there was no report coming forward. You are absolutely right, Councillor. And the verbal report and update that we were given was alarming. And it was alarming because, having started the whole report, I felt responsible for allowing the motion to go forward that didn't have a specificity of the method we were doing. So, having said that, our staff had been working on getting other alternatives to an RFP out there, which was taking their time since our last meeting. And at the Friday meeting, because there was no report ready, and we, as a council, had ratified the minutes from the last admin meeting at the last council, I could not bring the issue forward about the motion.
Okay.
So rather than trying to dispute what was in it, why it was there, although it was asked tonight, and I did review the minutes, as did the clerk, as did the director of finance, and it was found that there was want and reference to an RFP. Tonight, it was about, let's set the record straight. This is what we want. We want the fulsomeness of the information so that this council can make, this committee can make the right decision as we move forward. Then uncovering all of the other issues that came through is actually still a surprise to me.
Yeah.
Because I just wanted to make sure that in my neglect of ensuring the RFP being in the minutes, I didn't underserve my council colleagues since I brought it forward. And I mean that sincerely. It's not the staff. I let it slip. So, and then the rest of us voted for it and then confirmed it at council. So, as the only method of bringing it forward as an item of new business, I hoped that our staff, the acting fire chief, our director of finance, and the clerk and CAO, whoever was going to be party of this evening's meeting, would be prepared sufficiently, because I advised them that I was doing this and asked for direction. That's how I brought it forward under new business. But I'm somewhat overwhelmed as well at the amount that's come out. But I'm very glad that council now has a full understanding, and I agree with the CAO that we probably need an in-camera meeting as a future step, because it seems that there are
Councillor,
items outside our purview.
I hope that helps answer some of your
It
questions.
certainly does.
It answers it better than I did, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And nothing personal. That was a lot more clear. But again, I guess just to kind of wrap things up here, in anticipating all of that, I'm just surprised that we didn't have a package ready to be on the website Friday as we always advertise. Why wasn't there an item, even in confidential, to bring it up saying this is our dilemma? And I'm still kind of a little uneasy about that. But I do want to also make one last note that, to what Councillor Chichek had mentioned earlier too, we've had a few times where we've asked staff if they would like clear language, and we've said, well, just everything that's discussed here will be captured and taken into advisement or consideration or whatever that is. And I believe my impression, I started tonight off saying I was under the impression, my first question to the chief, that this is what was going to come back, or at least this was what was going to be in the works, not at all what was the generic version that we had read to us, which was the actual resolution. But we were also, at least I believe, by some members of staff, given the impression that we didn't need to be as specific in that moment and in that meeting. Maybe we have to go back and review that meeting. But that, in particular, we've asked for things. You're like, oh, no, we're very quick to say, as long as it's mentioned, we're aware of it. We'll get this going. Because I think I even made a comment about, let's get this RFP going. Let's get this running off the ground. And here we are, and it's not even, to some extent, started because you guys don't have all the tools and resources necessary. But then that should have been part of that confidential one. So anyways, okay. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Rayner, Councillor Bell, and then Madam Mayor. Councillor Rayner.
Councillor Riley brought up a good point. My perception of this was that staff did not have the information available to present tonight. So my feeling is that the time bomb is ticking with regards to this asphalt, and yet we weren't tipped off that there could be a potential problem. If it wasn't for Councillor Chichok taking the bull by the horns and saying, whoa, 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 we've got to do something, time's running out here, there's not much sand left in the hourglass, and they're going to put this asphalt down, and then we're going to really be in a pickle. The follow-through process wasn't there. The communications, to me, wasn't there. But all the deficiencies that we're talking about and everything, and I know to Councillor Riley it's pretty shocking. It's not shocking to some of us because we have been aware for a while through other firefighters that work there and everything that there has been a lot of problems there, a lot of serious problems. And as we found out tonight, there's still some serious problems. It only takes one major issue to screw the whole thing up, like the Deputy Chief said, the building's ready, except it doesn't have gas. Well, if it doesn't have gas, you can't use the building. So if the building wasn't there, it didn't make any difference because without the gas, you can't use it anyways. So it doesn't matter how great you've done this building. If you can't hook it up and get it certified, you can't use it. So it's a useless building. So the things that are deficient are the things that affect this thing from functioning, and yet nobody had the hindsight to get their act together, nor did staff inform council of a situation pending that we're running out of time. So Councilor Riley is right. I thank Councilor Chichok for being on the ball on this, but this was a very serious situation that almost, other than tonight, could have been in a very bad situation in a couple of weeks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bell? Your microphone, Councillor. Sorry, I have to, it's
You
new.
never shut yours off, and I don't put mine on.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it's a good point.
a lot of interesting comments, and none of this is to be directed at the chief. You know, I don't want him feeling that, hey, he did something wrong, because he did nothing wrong. He picked up the ball and did the best he could with it, given. But I think some of this, moving forward, I think we've all learned that things have to come back to council and has to be discussed. Some of this conversation could have been reverted, had to come back earlier to council and talked about. I'm comfortable where we're going with it now. I don't see it being an issue going forward. But mostly I just wanted the chief to realize that none of this falls on his shoulders. It really doesn't, in my mind. So, but, you know, bring things forward in the future, and hopefully we can deal with it earlier.
Thanks, Councillor Bell. Mayor Gannan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of points. One, further to what Councillor Bell was saying, you know, I think that our acting chief has done an excellent job in each of his monthly reports, making sure that we have been aware of the deficiencies and the things that have been not being addressed in a timely manner. Sometimes we didn't pull those reports. Sometimes we didn't want to, you know, we had other things on our plate, and we didn't want to bother pulling them, and we just accepted that things were moving along and being addressed. So I think that that's something that we can learn from that as well, that we need to make sure that we are thoroughly reading the reports moving forward. Hopefully we never have to go through this kind of thing again, that we need to really watch a project so thoroughly. But it is a good lesson for everybody in terms of the fact that when reports come, it is our responsibility to make sure we've read them and to pull those and ask those questions so that we are up to date on the stages of things that are happening, and we do know about deficiencies as they're occurring. And the second point I want to make is further to the fact of Councillor Riley's question about how we got to this point. And one of the things that we need to remember as a council is that when something comes up at a committee meeting, as this issue did, and once that resolution is read, we cement that at the council meeting, and that's what Councillor Chichok was alluding to. Then we need to find a way to bring that back if we need to. Otherwise, it's been dealt with. If we didn't give a specific time frame as to when we wanted a report back, there should be no expectation that it will come. So again, that's a further lesson for us. If there's something that we would like to hear about in the next month, we need to say we want to hear about it by the next committee meeting, or what's a reasonable time frame. And secondly, we need to be aware that when we arbitrarily just okay minutes, which we often do, sometimes they are not read or they're not properly read to make sure that the intent is there. And I think that's why Councillor Chichok is so willing to say that she owned that miss of the RFP business, because she's well aware of that. But that's kind of on all of us as well. There are others of us who missed that as well. And I think we have to share in that responsibility. And we certainly are thankful that it came up tonight. I really appreciate that through her expertise, Councillor Chichok was able to find a way to manipulate this situation back, having missed it. It wasn't really a reconsideration, and it doesn't fall, you know, under our procedural bylaw as any other way to bring that forward. So the fact that she was able to do that in this way, certainly we all appreciate, I'm sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, Council, seeing that, I think that wraps up that item, I would imagine. We do have a motion in front of us. Can you pull it up for voting, please? We have it moved by Councillor Chichok, seconded by Councillor Rayner, and it'll be in front of you. Please read it and vote on the motion. So we're waiting for a few more votes, Council. Oh, sorry, there you go.
Is it brought back to council or Comm? Because that's something we don't want individually, we want to have it. So we can take that for granted?
And it does state the date for next council? Okay. Yeah, 23rd, okay. Could you give your answer to the clerk so we can move on? Thank you. Great, and that carries, council. Thank you. Okay, moving on to confidential matters. Recommendation that the next portion of the meeting be closed to the public to consider the following pursuant to Section 239.2 of the Municipal Act 2021. Director of Legislative Clerks, Jessica Dyson, citizen appointees and boards of committee, Mayor Youth Advisory Committee. Application will close. Personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local boards. Cassandra Carey, Human Resource Coordinator, Director of Legal Services, and Jessica Dyson, Confidential Recommendation Report, HR 04-2023, CAO Performance Review Policy, and application will close. Personal matters of an identifiable individual, including municipal or local boards. And 12.3, Director of Service Clerks, Jessica Dyson, nomination of appointee to Niagara Peninsula Energy Board, application of personal matters of an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. A recommendation that the committee meeting, there's no, and then there's a recommendation coming out, and the recommendation reads that A6423, Director, Citizen Appointee, Boards and Committee, that's Mayor, Youth Advisory Committee, and there's a recommendation to be provided at the meeting. Sandra Carey, Human Resources and Director of Legal Services, Jessica Dyson's confidential recommendation, HR 04-2023 CAO Performance Review Policy and Update, and there's another recommendation coming out of that when we come out, and Director of Legal Services, Jessica Dyson, nomination to the appointment of Niagara Peninsula Energy, and there's another recommendation coming out of that. So I need a mover to go into closed. Mayor Ganand, seconded by Councillor Bradrick. All those in favor, well, that's be coming up. I'd like to thank everybody. I'd like to thank John. You came to an entertaining meeting. I hope we entertained you, but I appreciate you attending this evening. Thank you. We're going to break for a little 5 minutes, and we'll be back in and closed. Thank you. So we have a couple closed session directives. First one, that the following persons are hereby appointed to serve on the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee until the successors are appointed. A, Joshua Riley, and that a bylaw be presented at the October 23rd, 2022 council meeting to amend bylaw 2023-03, being the appointment bylaw of boards and committees, specifically Schedule D, Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee. And please note that Councillor Riley has declared a conflict on this, so I need a mover for that. Councillor Ganami. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'll start that over. Okay. My apologies. I got a closed session directive that the following persons are hereby appointed to serve on the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee until their successors are appointed. A, Joshua Riley, and that a bylaw be presented at the October 23rd, 2023 council meeting to amend bylaw 2023-03, being appointed bylaw for boards and committees, specifically Schedule D, Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee. So I need a mover on that. I had Mayor Ganan, seconded by Councillor Bell, I saw there. And please note that Councillor Riley did declare a conflict of interest on that. All those in favor of this? Any comments, questions? All those in favor? That carries. And then please note that Councillor Riley did not vote on that manner. Moved by the Mayor and Councillor, seconded by Councillor Chichuk, that the recommendation report HR 04-2023 regarding CAO's performance review policy and updated date October 16, 2023 be received, and that the CAO performance review policy be brought forward to Council at the upcoming 23rd 2023 Council meeting for final approval. That was moved by the Mayor and Councillor Chichuk. All those in favor, any comments or questions? All those in favor of that motion? And that carries. And thirdly, it was moved by Councillor Bell, seconded by Councillor Chichuk, that the email received from Byron Walker, President of Peninsula West Power, dated July 24, 2023, requesting the Township of West Lincoln to nominate the representative to sit on the Board of Directors for Niagara Peninsula Energy for a 3-year term, received. That Councillor Rayner be recommended for the appointment of the Board of the Directors of Niagara Peninsula Energy for a 3-year term effective January 24th, 2024 and expiring on December 31st, 2026. I had the mover of Councillor Bell, Councillor seconded by Councillor Chichuk. Any comments or questions? All those in favor? And that carries. Seeing no other recommendations, we will adjourn the meeting at 10:56 p.m.